I don't want to set the world on fire. I
Please
just
welcome
want
Tom
to start
Dummey.
a flame in your heart.
I'm here, and your
In
white
my
privilege isn't
heart, I
going to save
have
you
but
tonight, okay, guys?
one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim.
Any government is to monopolize as much violence as possible in order for it to inflict it on as many citizens as possible.
I've been on this like weird anarchist arc for a few months now. This is playing by their rules, exactly how they are.
Me. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame.
You're watching the Dog and Chicken Show. Like, share, subscribe.
Welcome, one and all, folks, to the K.O.E. Nation. Let's make sure that, yes, you are getting the beautiful, sweet summer sounds that are my voice, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for the 420 subscriber appreciation stream. Why am I keeping the title so open-ended? Because I've got some plans for tonight's show. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. We're going to cover a lot of ground. We're going to cover a couple of things I wasn't able to get to in last time's stream, but you never know when a random friend might show up, so keep it a little open, and I might also address my last appearance on the Prime Kai's show, where I not only knocked it out of the park and won the entire debate single-handedly. Everybody agreed that I completely dominated them, but I also delivered an amazing performance of reading the transcript of Daniel Day-Lewis's There Will Be Blood. So I did that for Ico. So we will cover that and many, many more things. But first and foremost, folks, I'm glad you're all here, and we made it to the 420 subscriber drive. But due to that, I couldn't make it all the way through to something that I pledged I was going to do. And I wanted to get the videos of number 20 to 11 all through, and I made it to 5 until folks made me take so many shots of gin that I was like, no, can't podcasty no more. And Tony was right. It was time to go. And so we cut it off. But folks, your King of Extreme always delivers what he means, and he means what he says. So folks, we're going to start again, but there's been an interesting development. A new number 15, my 15th most popular video, has arisen. It's had a meteoric rise, folks, just like the K.O.E. Nation in general. And folks, beyond that, we are now in the drive to 500 subscribers. So folks, come on. You know you want to do it. The water's fine. But without further ado, this is my 15th most popular video, the first ever automatic hay bale ejector from a John Deere 1957 documentary infomercial. So without further ado, let's get right into it, folks.
Hay bales? What kind of a man could throw bales around like this with the temperature at 100 degrees in the shade? Wouldn't you give your eye teeth to hire a fellow who could do that all day? Sure you would. But why not do it yourself with this new bale ejector attachment for the 14T twine tie baler, which tosses the bales into wagons automatically? It's the backbone of a revolutionary new one-man way of making hay. The companion unit in this system of handling hay is a brand new elevator and barn conveyor. This is automation in the hayfield. Every farmer who grows hay will make more money with this simple, efficient bale ejector. You'll save time, get better hay, eliminate back-breaking labor. Next year, thousands of farmers will be saying, remember when we had to pick up bales by hand? Remember the heat, the dust, the aches and pains of making hay the old-fashioned way?
Mm-hmm.
The new bale ejector will pay for itself in a short time with money saved and hired help. It makes compact bales approximately 1/2 size. When the wagon is out of position on corners, you simply pull a rope control, release it, and presto, 2 bales go into the wagon at once. Let's take a look at how simple the new bale ejector attachment really is. It mounts directly on the rear of the 14T baler only. It's an exclusive John Deere development that eliminates at least 50% of the manpower required with ordinary balers. Power is taken directly from the tractor's power takeoff through this extended shaft. Any tractor capable of handling this baler alone will have power aplenty with the bale ejector attachment as well. To show you how the ejector works, let's remove this shield and one side of the bale chute screen. Power is transmitted from the power shaft through these enclosed
Doing
gears
marvelous,
to a roller
Jade. How are we
chain drive.
doing this evening?
And this constant running
Just
clutch.
going through some of the most popular
As each
videos
bale
in
moves
K.O.E
up the
Nation
chute,
history. This
it
happens to be
drifts
number
this lever,
15. To commemorate
activating
420
linkage,
subscribers,
which in
we're hitting
turn
number 20 through
throws
number
this
11.
dog into the constant running clutch,
But how are you
supplying
doing this
power
evening?
to this bell crank, which transmits the power to eject the bales. These ejector arms grip the bale as it is delivered from the bale case into the bale chute and tosses it.
I think I know what you're after. You're going, hey, let's go. Well, what you are after this evening is an amazing promo from I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, Phil, K.O.E. That is what you are after, sir. You are after the power, the thunder. That is what the folks, my adoring public, has come to expect here at the K.O.E Nation, and I will always deliver. So, studying for finals tomorrow. Oh my goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Well, thank you for giving any of your time to us here at the K.O.E Nation before that. And I wish you all the best. I really hope you do well in all of that. And I'm sure you're going to do it fine. I'm sure you're going to do amazing. Why? Because you're a member of the K.O.E Nation. That's why you're going to do great. That is why you're going to do spectacular. And yes, the crowd applause. The crowd applause. Yes. Thank you. Now, I already know, just due to your K.O.E Nationness, you're going to do amazing. Not that you don't have to study because you're a part of the K.O.E Nation. No. Because you're part of the K.O.E Nation, you've made better time with your studying. You've absorbed it better with that amazing gray matter because you subscribe here. So obviously you're in some of the upper echelons of all genetic life that ever lived. So Jade the Green, K.O.E Nation equals excellence. Yes. That is living life to the extreme, to strive for excellence and to conquer yourself every day and to never follow the worst advice that you've ever gotten in your life. Just be yourself. No, be better than yourself. Everyone can have some room for improvement. The minute you don't think you've got room for improvement, that's like, I imagine that's like what, like the Hannibal Lecters and shit of the world. The guys like, hello, Clarice. They imagine they got no room for improvement. So yes, we can always be better than ourselves. We must always, that is extreme, to conquer yourself every day. But yes, and I'm sure tomorrow you will conquer yourself at those finals. So God bless.
It into the wagon.
So that's what you
to
need,
illustrate,
sir. Or
let's eject the bale now
or
in
miss?
the bale chute with the rope control. Watch the action of the clutch, bell crank, and ejector arms. Whoops, there it goes. Once more, without the bale.
Is that from
Simple, isn't it?
who's your avatar?
The revolutionary new bale ejector and the outstanding
Well, thank you, miss.
14T
Thank you.
twine tie baler make a cost-cutting team for every hay grower, large or small.
Sorry, I went sir because let's be frank.
Summing it up, the new bale ejector
most folks
eliminates
on
men on the trailer
political
behind the baler.
political
Pickup
stretches
men and
of
bale loading
Twitch and
machines.
YouTube.
It saves valuable time when
But
time is
thank you for
money.
being here, miss.
It means better hay in the barn. Bales are never left in the field to lose feed value. The other half of John Deere's one-man hay baling system is the new elevator and barn conveyor for storing
come a long
bales
way.
automatically. No more back-breaking lifting and stacking. No more working and stifling hot mouths. Bales are fed into this big 8-foot hopper designed for use with any John Deere bale-sized portable elevator. This hold-down guide keeps bales moving up the elevator smoothly. Here's the only time you touch the bales until they're fed.
Okay. I thought it was from Stephen Yu, but I was like, it was one of those like, okay, hang on. Okay, yes, that's from Steve. Yeah, yes, I'm one of those people that I believe, like, I don't think anyone's looks are ever enhanced by glasses. I think there's just some people whose looks can survive glasses. But okay. The Avatar is from Steven Universe. It's a character that just wants to be left alone and doesn't give a darn about everyone else's drama. Well, that's just, I mean, I strive to live that life if I can achieve it. It's okay. Yeah, my kiddo used to watch that show way back in the day. And it's one of those shows that, like, I never really got into it, but it was one of the, like, when I'm passing through the living room, I would, like, oh, okay, it's about gems and music and people can form into each other, and okay, interesting. Do you know where my avatar is off of? I do not. Ben Madweiner. I do not. Let's see. There we go. I'm doing it again. All right. Let's see here. Looks like, almost want to say like something Warhammer, but I'm sure I'm off. I don't know. Want to know. His wiener is mad. It's a mad wiener. Just pissed off. Then mad wiener. That's just a great, like, I'm sorry, that's just a great name. Ben Mad Wiener. Now, if I'm pronouncing your last name wrong, which I'm like, that's like, no, it's Mad Wiener or something. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Because, also, you don't look young enough to have kids. Well, they're growing. She's growing day by day. But I'm only 37. What the hell? Oh, okay. You don't look old enough to have kids. No, I had, I was 22 when she was born. I got started early. What can I say? But she's the best thing that ever happened in my life. Honestly, I could say that. I look to you. Well, thank you, Jade. Thank you. But yeah. So that's one of the things. Like at the time, it was like, oh my god, I'm gonna be like, it was a big deal. But now it's like, it's the greatest thing that ever happened. I'm so glad I've got a daughter. Like, it's amazing. So that's, but that. A little bit of personal stuff, but
to your cattle. Because they're half size, you can handle them with a pitchfork. Here's a demonstration showing what goes on
anime from
inside
1997.
The new barn
Nice.
conveyor distributes bales through the full length of the mow. The conveyor is hung from the hay track or ridge pole in sections to fit your barn. By simply crossing the guide rails.
Now, actually, my kiddo and I, we watch. She loves anime, loves it. So she'll show me like an episode or two of her shows, and then I'll show her an episode or two of Trigun. Not necessarily like it's my favorite show in the world, but it's like, no, when I was a kid and I saw this on Adult Swim for the first time, it blew my mind. It is like, and so we're kind of playing dueling animes, which is a really fun show. I'm 31, still not ready for kids. You're never ready for them. They just arrive all the same. Like, trust me, I was not ready. Like, I wasn't like, you know what? I think this is just like, trust me, at 22, but it happens, and couldn't be happier. What's my, I'm gonna have to say, I know this is a safety pick. It's kind of like when somebody says they love punk rock and they say the Ramones. Like I know this is a safety pick, but I gotta go Trigun. Love the message of that show of sticking to your principles is going to cost you dearly. And I really like that general lesson. And so that, to me, that'll always be my. And it was also my first one I ever really saw, because when I was a kid, like, you got to remember, I was growing up in Nebraska, out in the middle of nowhere. Adult Swim was a big deal. Like, I watched the first Adult Swim happen on Cartoon Network. I was actually, I can't remember how much it was, but I had like a TV screen a little bit bigger than a laptop screen down my basement room at my mom and dad's house. And I had Cartoon Network on in the background because I was doing homework. And then it goes, Adult Swim, kids out of the pool. And yep, Cowboy Bebop was another one that I watched. I really liked that one. And when I saw it live, it's like Adult Swim, kids out of the pool. I was like, what the fuck is happening here? And then it came with adult animated entertainment, and I was quite shocked. And it was... And so I'll never forget watching those first few episodes of Trigun and those first few episodes of Cowboy Bebop. Like, what the fuck am I watching here? Like, because you got to remember, there's a farm boy out in the middle of Nebraska. Anime? What the hell is that? But the stories were so captivating, it pulled me in. So that's why those two will always kind of have a special place right here. And so that's why I always joke with my kiddo. It's like, nah, you got to get your classics. We can't just watch like, Haiku and Nambaka. We've got to also get your Cowboy Bebop, your Trigun, kid. I mean, you got to have your good fundamentals. God, that's a pretty funny that's a pretty damn funny sentence. I'm sorry. Right there's like, you can't just rest your laurels on all these new animes, kid. Good Lord. I mean, let us adults guide you to the path of true anime. Yes, thank you. It is my responsibility as a parent to make sure they are cultured. Yes, I mean, my God. Yeah, to her credit, she's getting into theater, she's acting, she's doing Shakespeare, and so it's just beautiful. Just Google let's see you grit those teeth. No, I don't know what anime, but anywho, we continue on with this just a little bit.
Bales at 10-foot intervals.
Good Lord Almighty.
To the left,
we go from anime to 1957 John Deere.
Short bales
you get a lot of diversity of content here at the K.O.E Nation.
Automatically into place.
Oh, this is a one-way.
In addition to the 14T, there are two new larger
just wanted to make sure you didn't fall tractor and get bailed up.
And
That shit would happen.
Twine tie balers.
That shit
These
still happens.
Follow the design of the famous 14T,
you see a hay baler sitting out in the middle of the farm turned over.
Bales that weigh up
you
to
better
80
check
pounds.
some of the last bales they fucking spit out because there might be a leg sticking out.
The new 214T twine tie baler meets all requirements for many farmers who desire big,
cut it like that,
bales.
so the
It's
farmer knows whether he's going to fall into something that might knock him off the tractor or not.
The outstanding baler in its field.
I've never seen that
Twine
one.
is
I'll have to look into it.
From a big capacity box to these precision nutters.
Evangeline. I've heard nothing but good, but I've just never gotten into it.
Accurate tying makes knots like these.
Basically because it wasn't on Adult Swim when I was a teenager, I guess.
Groovers in the bale case form grooves in the bale where twine snuggles in, protecting it from snagging and slipping off the bale. This solid square-cornered bale is yours with the new 214T twine tie baler. For those who prefer or require wire-tied bales, here's the new 214W baler. It's ideal for commercial hay growers and for those of you who stack your bales in the field. Bales made with the 214W stand up to weather and arrive at the market in top condition. Wire is fed from these two big capacity wire boxes to this efficient tying mechanism. You're assured of dependable knotting bale after bale. Simple adjustments assure just the kind of bale you want. It will handle, stack, and feed better, sell quicker, bringing more money. For wire-tied bales, the new 214W is the baler for you. But the biggest baling news is this exclusive one-man baling system. Include a 14T baler with bale ejector and this new elevator with barn conveyor in your plans for 1958.
You can be confident choosing Farmers Insurance. There's no...
Oh, you no good bastards. I'm not fucking Farmers Insurance ain't paying me no money. I ain't playing their ad on my show. God damn it. Now, granted, that actor is amazing. He did spectacular voice work in the show Invincible as Omni-Man. So don't get me wrong, the actor's pretty good. But, sorry. Farmers Insurance ain't paying me no money. I ain't playing their ad on my show. God damn it. It's the K.O.E. Nation. All right. Ben, it's too spicy for Adult Swim. Not so much dirty, just mind blow. Like, I could see that because while Cowboy Bebop and Trigun are great shows that tell a good story, they don't like. There's some animes that fucking push the bounds of concept. And so that's you generally don't want to start with that. That's gonna, like, I'll be honest, the first time I ever watched Attack on Titan, I wasn't really all that into it. I was like, this just seems kind of weird, depressing, and violent. Like I don't get it. When it moved on, then when I again, my kiddo kind of had to pull me back into it. And it's like, no, it's about every character has their own philosophical outlook in the world, and a lot of them conflict. And how can these people that even seem to care about each other exist in a world where their philosophies are so different? It's like, okay, all right, that's interesting. That I don't get me wrong, the whole having to, giant monsters eating people all the time. I feel like you could have maybe told that story without that plot device, but hey, but yeah. The same. It's one of those. It's not everyone's cup of tea. But as we move onward and upward, folks, this is now video number 14. This one's a very special one, and I'm glad that I'm getting to play this in the lead up to the Christmas season, because this was last year's bourbon tournament. Me, Tony, and Chicken got together to record the video, and this was the budget bracket. So strangely enough, out of all the high-end bourbons and everything, this is the one that had the most views from that tournament. Now, one of its prelims is my most popular video, but we'll get to that later. But within the tournament, this is the highest viewed one at number 14, folks. Excuse me, goodness gracious. 857 views. Okay. We're gonna crack a number here soon. Don't worry, folks. But yeah, this is a video that's near and dear to my heart anyways. So this is what is one of the best budget bourbons in all God's creation. Enjoy, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. It is finally upon us, the first opening round of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, and I am here with a couple of indomitable broadcast partners. There has been an invasion of Castle K.O.E. I am joined by
the one and only Style and Profile and Chicken,
and
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Well, let's do this.
Yes, we are going to do the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, and we're going to be going on a point scale. Allow me to explain it to both my judges here and you, the fans at home. These 4 bourbons have been poured into these glasses. As you can see, they have a letter on the bottom. These 2 gentlemen do not know what are in each glass. I labeled them as I went, and I did as hard as I could to just forget them. And I think you can both agree.
Yeah, that's not going to be an issue whatsoever.
So yeah, but I've got the cheat sheet right here. And once we're done, we're going to figure out who won. Now, each bourbon, we're going to be going on a 4-point scale. 4, 3, 2, 1. One bourbon must be given 1 point. One must be given 2. One must be given 3. The best must be given. Your personal favorite must be given 4 points. And then when we add up our scores, whichever bourbon wins moves on to the final 4. So our contenders, this is the budget bourbon bracket. So if anybody ever asks me what's a good budget bourbon, this is going to be the video I'm going to point them to. We've got a couple of heavy hitters. We got Mitchers, which is a favorite of this guy over here. Wild Turkey 101, which is, just well known. It's got a reputation the world over. The cult following Evan Williams White Label. I'm not a member of the cult.
One of them had to win.
Yeah, we gave 7 different whiskeys a shot for the Heaven Hill Distillery, and this is what won. And then Jim Beam Black, which is my personal favorite of all of the ones here.
Wow.
But, full disclosure. So, without further ado, gentlemen, let's take whiskey A, which...
It's fairly light on the nose, but it does have that sharp bourbon cut.
I was about to say, it kind of opened my nasal cavity a little bit, kind of opened my sinuses.
You know this is bourbon.
Oh,
Yep.
definitely,
Well,
I can tell.
Gentlemen, we ain't going to find out which one's better by talking about them.
Sweet. Got the sting.
Yep. Now, this is also my first drink today.
Yeah,
Yep,
same.
So it's got kind of that metallic copper back.
Yeah.
Like you can definitely...
Not a ton of flavor there, though. I mean, in terms of tasting notes.
So I'm going to do a quick palate cleanse. And then I'm going to move on to Bourbon B. Definitely more muted nose.
Mhm. Yeah, a lot more delicate. A little more bold. A little lighter on the booze.
Yeah,
Almost.
that one's a lot easier on the palate.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very smooth.
Yeah, that one, sweet.
Yeah.
It's not overbearing and too much oak, too much caramel, too much vanilla. It's got it all there, but it's muted.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Cleansing of the palate.
Wow.
Yes.
Very, very light.
C.
Like a sharp.
I'm getting grain.
I
I'm
was
getting
saying,
a lot of grain on the nose.
Yeah. Yeah, sharp grain note.
Yeah, super green. Wow.
That one bites really nice. Lingers.
That one's got almost like a cola quality. To
Yeah,
it.
at the very
Really,
end,
really
finish.
soft. Yeah, really soft. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. So, yep, get one more palate cleanser. And then, final whiskey D. Bourbon D.
Subtle, but
Not much there.
no.
No.
Not, yeah.
Kind of a boring.
Yeah, very boring nose, honestly.
Bit more of a subtle honey flavor on the palate, but
Sweet.
not much else.
Yeah, a lot sweeter, but
Oh.
sticks around a little bit.
It does. It does kind of dissipate slowly, but yeah, that cola for sure. I
Now,
agree.
before
100%.
I start putting my grades down, yep, gonna have to go back on a few here.
Oh yeah, I'm going back through again.
All right. So going back to A.
Come.
Tony's doing them just straight back to back, which can be helpful in this. I'll check them videos out a little later. Do I dare even ask, Ben? KOE watching KOE, KOE Inception. Absolutely. Also check out Grow the Farm Up. Great YouTube channel. It's if you want to know about agronomics, soil culture, soil diversity, cover crops, how to break monoculture, he's the guy to check out.
Okay, actually, I think I've got my grading down. Honestly, there's not a bad one there, especially considering this is your budget bracket. You're spending anywhere from 20 to 45 bucks a bottle here. I believe the Michter's is going to be your most expensive bottle, typically going to be 40, 45 bucks a pop. Your Evan Williams and your Jim Beam Black are mostly going to run about 20 to 23 bucks. Kind of same for the Wild Turkey, unfortunately. It doesn't get enough respect because it's a really great daily sipper.
All righty. Now, do we add up our scores or should we do the reveal?
I think let's do the reveal and then we'll do the
All
ad.
right. So everybody's got their
Yep,
scores?
got my scores.
Pencils down. All right. Biases are now out of the way. Okay. Whiskey A was Mitchers. Mitchers bourbon was Whiskey A.
Okay.
Whiskey B
My bad.
was Jim Beam Black.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Whiskey C, Evan Williams White Label. And Whiskey D, Wild Turkey 101.
That is insanely surprising.
Yeah, now let's go over Chicken. What'd you give A?
So I gave Mitchers a 1.
A 1.
Wow.
Tony, what'd you give it?
I gave it 3.
You gave it 3. I gave it 2. So thus far, Mitchers between 1
3.
and 2. So thus far, it's got 6 points. Okay. B, Jim Beam Black. What did you give it,
I
Chicken?
give it a 3.
Gave it 3. Tony?
I can't believe I gave it a 4.
Nice.
So did I.
Wow.
So Jim Beam Black is 11 points.
Wow.
Which is going to be really tough.
I'll
to
give you
unseat.
that, Phil. You kind of predicted Jim Beam Black was the surprise here, and so far, it's looking
Well,
like
it's
you're
just
right.
so sticky sweet,
It-
and it's so easy, and it's 17
That
bucks,
was-
by the way.
Yeah, I fought with that one and 4-point pick. Back and forth quite a
Yeah,
We'll
it's,
get there.
it is surprising.
Now, C, Evan Williams White Label. What did you give C?
bit. I gave it a 2.
2, Tony?
Too.
2, and I gave it 1. So Evan Williams White Label gets 5 points. Wild Turkey 101 for D. Chicken, what did you give it?
I gave it 4 points.
4 points. Tony, what did you give it?
I thought this was going to be a 4-point for me. I'm honestly embarrassed because this is one of my favorite daily drinker bourbons. It got a 1 from me on a blind.
Wow. Now,
I'm-
that's why we do these blinds. So I gave it 3. So you gave it 4.
So a
So
total of
it
8.
got 8 points. And so, folks, the final tabulation scores. The eliminations are as thus. The lowest score, Evan Williams, White Label. Now, Tony, it is fair to say we gave Heaven Hill every opportunity.
More than a fair
Yeah.
shot.
So, Chicken, will you put that off into the island of misfit bourbons?
Yeah.
All right, with a total of 5 points. The next lowest scoring, kind of shocking, Mitchers Bourbon. But,
I did not expect that to win.
I think it's coppery metallic palate kind of. That and it was our first drink of the day. Might have
Yeah.
put it at a little bit of a disadvantage, but nonetheless, excellent stuff, but did not make it. Then it was actually fairly close, but not as close as I thought it was going to be. 8 points for Wild Turkey 101. An amazing bourbon, but it did not win the day. It lost 11 points to Jim Beam Black. So, folks, this one is moving on to the final 4 of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, and this is the dark horse of the whole tournament. This
I'm
one,
surprised. I do like it. I'm just a little shocked here that I didn't get a higher score for 101 because I'll tell you honestly, right now, with both of those on my shelf, I'm still going to reach for the Turkey 101 more often than I reach for this, but this is shocking to me.
Now, what's funny is you two were so vastly different. While this was Chicken's favorite, and it was the lowest score for you. Now, Tony, do you think it might have to do with the fact that maybe like a week and a half ago you had maybe a little too much Turkey 101?
No, well, I did a couple weekends ago basically drink a bar at a Turkey 101, so there's probably a little palate fatigue there, but I think part of it was the fact that it was at the end of the line. So that last one I'm trying to score it fairly in my head, and I went back through and I'm like, I don't know. But by then you've got the proof so coated on your tongue. So I think placement in the line did factor in here, but I mean, Jim Beam Black did just win this fairly.
Yeah, and so Jim Beam Black, the shocker. Like when we did the Jim Beam line, I was just like, why are we even bothering with this? And I was, don't judge a book by its cover. Aged 8 years, good stuff. And again, $17.
Yeah.
You really can't beat that kind of
No,
price.
that's a
So,
solid bourbon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, by
well, and actually, yeah,
couple of
because you
bucks
got
even.
that for me in like a gift pack.
Yeah.
And it came with a couple
Christmas
of glasses, so I think it was $20. So normally, yeah, you're looking about $17. You're gonna find that in most like Walmarts or even general stores, the gas stations.
So, folks, we have decided which one is moving on in the final four, but we are not even close to done yet. Keep your eyes on this space. There's plenty more to come at the bourbon tournament. Now, Chicken, anything you'd like to tell the people?
No. Appreciate you guys having me. This is fantastic, especially if you're saying under $20.
Yeah.
This is, go get yourself a bottle. It ain't going to hurt you. This is good stuff.
Yeah. Tony?
I'm still shocked, and I'm a little disappointed in myself, but it was a fair chance, and it is what it is. Jim Beam Black, I applaud you.
Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for the opening round, the opening battle of the bourbon tournament, and there is one left standing in the budget bracket. Jim Beam Black moves on to the final four. I am your King of Extreme and the Baron of Bourbon himself, Phil K.O.E., signing off, handing it off. Catch us around, folks. Chicken, Tony. There you go. Yes. Oh, wow. My old school outro before I had the whole me singing. Old school. Beautiful. Beautiful. Discord link. I don't have a personal Discord. I just have like the Discord account, but I don't have like the whole server thing like Tiberius has got. Let me see here. Give me just a moment. When I get the next video rolling, I'll work on getting you a Discord link. All right, Jade. I just got to gotcha. Well, I mean, we'll sync up at some point, I imagine. But yeah, I probably need to do that, don't I? I need to make like my own like Discord thingamabob, but I just kind of betrayed my technical know-how, the fact that I called it a Discord thingamabob. So yeah, there is that. I do have an account where like I can post on like other people's, so I'm kind of figuring it out. They really appreciate my memes. Hey, Lesto, how we doing? We're just doing an appreciation for all the folks that made the drive to 420 subscribe possible. Now, a few of them did pull back afterwards, which that was heartbreaking. But yes, I'm doing much better now. Right after that stream, I was, that crunch wrap was just, thank you, Lord. And then my old man's house is just mile and a half away. So after I slept on the couch for a few hours, I was like, okay, I'm going there. And I might have raided his fridge. The head was fine. That's the thing. I was fine the next day. It's just, I'm a big boy, has to absorb across a lot of space. Jade, what happened was the drive to 420 subscribe. I would take a shot of gin for every subscription I got on YouTube. And, well, you can about imagine how that went, Jade. At the end there, I was joking with Tony. It's like I was starting to sound like Krusty the Clown, like, ugh. So, oh, sweet. Alrighty. Hey, I got your message there, and I'm going. When I get a minute, I'm gonna send you a friend request and all that good stuff. But that was Yeah, I kind of went Krusty the Clown, like, oh no. And at one point, Tony's like, hey, Phil, you should stop streaming. And I was like, yeah, that's probably a good idea, Tony. Thanks, folks. All that being said, because that's the thing. I also don't like to show myself in like an extreme state of inebriation, because here at the KOE Nation, we always try to promote a gentlemanly drinking culture here, because I think that's just it's a lot more graceful, a lot more elegant, and I don't want to promote abuse of alcohol, but I want to promote folks at least giving it an exploration. So long as you're doing it, it's kind of like the Doug Stanhope joke of excess and moderation. But like I kind of joke now, the only times I drink now are when like Tony and Chicken come over for review night, or when I'm streaming tonight with you folks and like I feel like getting my drink on. Otherwise, if I'm just like sitting alone at my house, I'm not gonna drink, because that's just like why? Now don't get me wrong, I won't drink alcohol, but I'll look up like a YouTube video about like the new bottles that are dropping or something like that. It's I was kind of joking, like, is this like a baseball card type thing? I don't know, but yeah, that night, and actually here it is. Tony brings out a bottle of gin to me in the middle of the. I'm just out here streaming, and Tony runs into the mill, because he's one of the like 8 people in the world that knows where this streaming Batcave location is, and he runs in and delivers this bottle of gin. And don't die. Oh no, don't worry. That was totally fine. But no, once the stream got over, I had to get to a crunch wrap that I had in the fridge here. I had thrown a crunch wrap in the fridge there 2 days before, and afterwards it like you can imagine it like it's like a joke, or not even really a joke, but I remember hearing an account of a hobo back in the Great Depression who he's doing work, and the only thing she had to pay him for was in bread. He said, ma'am, I'm so hungry that bread's gonna taste like cake. And I understood what he meant in that moment. Like I'll just put it that way. It was one of those like, oh man, that's not good. But yeah, then I fell asleep on a couch here for a couple hours, and that helped. And then raided my old man's fridge after that. That was kind of funny. Well, hello there, EOD. We're just talking about the great wonders and mysteries of this incredible journey that we call life. Anime, farming, whiskey, the great lives and truths of the world. But yeah, that's well, fucking pleasure to have both of y'all here. But yeah, EOD, it's been something. But because of that stream, and yes, because of what happened that night, Jade, I couldn't complete my list of videos 20 to 11. And because it's like, okay, time to cut this off. And so that is what I'm doing here today. And it's also an appreciation to all you beautiful people that have been sticking with me, who've been watching these videos, who have been a part of this amazing journey we call the KOE Nation. And so with that, and also give me a chance to send some messages and some friend requests and such, we're going to get into Lucky 13 here. Now, this is a video I made entirely to troll Tony. Okay, it's 100% a video I made to just fuck with Tony. And that's why I love that it got that popular. It was, Tony says that I'm a little Dalmore heavy when I talk about Scotch, and that I maybe represent Dalmore too much. So to counteract that, I used ADHD Whiskey's 5 whiskeys you need. It was originally 5 bourbons you need metric, but I applied that to Scotch, and I did it in a way to totally fuck with T. And he to this day says, Phil, dear Lord Almighty. So enjoy. This one's not a very long one, so enjoy, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for a very special 5 Scotches You Need Part 2. So this got started by a certain whiskey aficionado, a certain bourbon master himself, one ADHD whiskey, and it spread like a brush fire. He came up with 5 more categories you need for 5 whiskeys that you need. And I thought, why should bourbon get all the fun? And this is also a little preview to the part 2 of the bourbon 5 whiskeys you need once the bourbon tournament concludes, folks. So eyes on this space. But without further ado, we move on to the 5 scotches you need. Now you're going to notice that this is a little particular to one region. Glass is clean, excellent. So we're going to get started. The categories are the entry buzz, what you would drink is your first drink of the night. Then you move on to your current favorite. This can change, but it's the one that you like currently. Then you get into the hipster bottle, the one that you were hip wise to before anybody else really knew about it, and maybe folks aren't quite wise to it yet. Then you've got the jealousy bottle, the one that when your friends come over, you like, ha, 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 check this out. Then, last but not least, your long pour, the one that you can pour at a distance. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. So, the entry buzz, if I'm going to be drinking scotch that night, what would be a good entry scotch for the evening? And for me, it can be none other than the Dalmore 15. You knew this was going to show up eventually. Come on now. The Staghorns are a must. Dalmore 15 is an excellent first scotch to begin your evening with. And, you know, since I am a titled Lord of the Scottish Highlands, I figured, well, hell, I just as well, start the evening off with a Highland scotch. Now, moving on to my current favorite. It's the one that I really like right now more than any other Scotch whiskey, and that would be, you're going to notice these are all single malts, by the way, just to let you know, so maybe I'll throw that in the title. My current favorite is the Dalmore Dominion. Yes, excellent. It's the now discontinued travel exclusive from First Fill 30-year-old Methuselah Amoroso Sherry Butts, and oh, Lord, you get his little UK exclusive sticker back there. Excellent stuff. First Fill Sherry of Methuselah. This is really the best of the discontinued travel series. So if you get a chance to get your hands on Dominion specifically, excellent stuff. And that is my current favorite single malt Scotch whiskey for the moment. Now, moving right along, this would be the hipster bottle. Now, I knew about this particular bottle the day it was announced. Forget the day it came out. The day it was announced, I sent a message over to Tony. Tony, guess what we need to get the very second it comes out? And that would be the Dalmore Quintet, the new masterpiece, the new peak of the new travel exclusive series. Yes, the Dalmore Quintet is my hipster. I knew about it before anybody else did. I was hip and wise and cool to it. Really, I was, not to toot my own horn, but yeah, I was way ahead of the curve on this one. So had to let you all know about that one. Now, my jealousy bottle. I know what you're thinking. Gonna see some more Staghorns here. No. I'm changing it up here slightly. My jealousy bottle is my Gordon and MacPhail Dalmore Distillery 14-year cask strength bourbon cask aged edition. Connoisseur's choice. Excellent stuff. This is Dalmore Distillery from 2005, 57.6% ABV, 255 bottles to this particular little batch here. And yes, refilled bourbon barrels, aged 14 years, single malt Scotch whiskey, non-chill filtered, natural color. Only 255 bottles of this particular flavor on God's green earth. So yes, when this is a question that you stop the presses for. Okay, this is a question that bears getting into. Jade the Green, one moment. Had a cowboy moment there. Excuse me. Had the tea even splash on my nose. All right. Jade the Green, K.O.E Nation. I drink gin and rum, but haven't had much experience with whiskey outside of Jack Daniels. What is baby's first whiskey? Okay. All right. All right. First of all, with gin, it's what it is. Rum, you need to try Ranzacapa Sistema Solera 23-year Guatemalan rum. It's made from pressed sugar cane, not molasses. It's amazing. But in terms of whiskey, your first whiskey, okay, needs to be something that you're not exactly going to break the bank, but something that needs to be special. So my recommendation to you, if you, I don't know what city you live in, but or whatever your closest city, really, there's going to be a liquor store that has store picks. And I always say they're the best value in whiskey, but a lot of people don't really know what they are. So, all right, before I steer you into store picks, I know exactly what your first whiskey needs to be, actually. Goodness gracious. I'm just going to interrupt this video for a moment here. We're going to come right back to it, folks. Do not worry. Do not worry your head. Do not worry. But we got to do something here. I've got to help a friend in need. And so this is what I would recommend to be your first whiskey, actually. It's an excellent drinker. It's a good proof that's not No, don't worry about this. This is beautiful. No, Jade the Green.
Merry Christmas,
that's right. We
everybody,
recorded this
from
for
here
K.O.E.
at the
for
K.O.E
Christmas 2 years
Nation.
ago.
I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., sending out some holiday libations here with my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
the Holly Jolly
Let me
Bloodmaster.
shrink that a little bit till
Tony
the
G. Like, share, subscribe.
picture quality increases.
Today we are going to get into a holiday release. Figured it's only fitting. Maker's Mark 101. 101 proof.
Yes. This is what I recommend as a first good introductory whiskey, and it's bourbon. So Maker's Mark 101. It's a fairly new release. It's not that hard to get your hands on. You just basically have to go to like a liquor store and they'll have a Maker's Mark 101 or a Maker's 46 if they ain't got that. 46 is excellent too. Maker's Mark is a wheated bourbon. Wheat adds a slight hint of sweetness to the mash bill, and so it's a little sweeter. It's a little more approachable. I'd say Maker's 101 because it's got a little more proof, but it's not overbearing. But you can really have a good evening on it. My family and I have gone through a lot of bottles of Maker's 101 because it's just that good. And but we'll get just a few minutes into this so you can get an idea as to why this is such a special whiskey.
Wait till tomorrow, folks. We will see if this one makes it into the bourbon tournament. So, but all that being said,
I love
this
the color of this.
Oh yeah,
it's beautiful.
This is a new release, so if you're getting this as a gift for anybody, you can guarantee they probably never had it before.
That's fair.
While not everyone can visit
they
our
released
little
it 2 years ago.
distillery in Laredo, Kentucky, we bottled this 101 proof limited release so you too can experience the bolder side of our refined wheated bourbon, as we have shared it with special guests at our distillery for generations. Because yes, to get a bottle of this, you had to either visit their distillery or you could get it at duty-free stores. Yeah. And as we found out when we were in Houston, you have to actually be traveling internationally to even shop at a duty-free store.
I'll bet you they got it.
Yeah, no, turns out they really weren't. But so this is the new release. It's now released to the public. Anybody can get their hands on it, but it's only going to be available for the holidays. So I'm sure you'll still be able to get some.
That lasted until February of next year when they saw how amazingly popular it was. Now it's on all the shelves because it's just Maker's Mark that they didn't water down as much.
101 proof. No.
It's Maker's Mark that rather than watering it down to 80 proof, they only watered it down to 101 proof. It's the same wheated bourbon recipe, but it's very pleasant, very
definitely
worth a shot.
Yeah.
Getting like caramel.
Yeah, it's just a very caramel
An
central
orchard
flavor.
fruity influence, but not overwhelming.
I think like a pear.
Maybe it's because I'm almost thinking like caramel apple.
Yeah.
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 My mind always correlates the two very.
I've got a
lot. My
Jack
grandma
Daniels
always
that's
used to make
131 proof, and it's
caramel
almost like,
Yeah.
She wouldn't say caramel. It's caramel
ow,
apple.
why?
And,
I can see that.
But yeah, it's like
and so
whiskey
in my
concentrate.
Mind, and she had thick caramel on it.
But yeah,
and
you
that
would,
was how us kids
you'll
ate
like
our
this,
apples
trust
when
me.
We were kids, and the grandkids were over her house. That was us eating our fruit. And so in my head, that's
Makes sense.
this heavy caramel with light orchard fruit. I think that's where the
Okay.
you know, boy, what a delightful smell to be reminded of when you get into a bourbon. So yeah, you can see why I think this is one of the most tremendous value whiskeys because
yeah.
I got this for under $39.
Yeah, that's very nice.
So let's see how it hits the palate, and then we will
Generally
get
goes for
on the
about
classic
30 to
scale.
$35, depending on where you buy it.
Heavy vanilla.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, if that seems like a
Thank
little
you.
higher price than what you're used to paying, you're also getting a
If
lot
your
higher
palate, you
proof.
think it's going to be more intense, but then it kind of subsides, and you're just left with a spiciness on the back end.
I was about to say, there's a spice there when the oxygen hits your
Yeah.
mouth. Which that's kind of more typical of bourbon. Your Scotches and Irishes will have a minty. This will have a spicy, a cinnamony, or some sort of pepper allspice.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
This is marvelous. So we will grade this on the classic K.O.E scale. Also, I will say before we get into that, my brother also really likes this stuff. We got into this, and this is the second bottle we had to purchase. The first one we finished before we could even review it. It's
a good one.
That's like in a bottle. Your King of Extreme is going to get through a bottle before it can even get reviewed. That's fandom. So, as a bourbon, as a whiskey, as a cask-aged spirit, as your choice of shelving, and then the secret fifth question. So, as a bourbon, what would you grade this, Tony G?
I'm torn between 3.75 and 4.
Why is that?
Because it does remind me a little bit of regular Maker's Mark, just stronger, but it has a definite little something extra, I feel like, in terms of flavor.
Yeah, I've had Maker's Extra, and I'll be honest. Maker's is another distillery where I can say I like everything they put out except their base offering. Just not a fan. It's not something I would generally spring for, but everything else from their entire distillery, I am a huge fan of.
I think I could go 4. I could go 3.75. I'm kind of caught in between.
I'm gonna go 4.
Okay.
I'll
say 3.75.
All right, compromise, folks.
Exactly.
So
the average is perfect then.
As a we already did bourbon. As a whiskey,
I'm going to give this a 4 as a whiskey because this is really, really approachable for being 101 proof. I love the nose on it for being a high ABV, and it's not overbearing on the palate. Like, you can drink this, you can sip this, and you're not.
It's illegal to add any artificial colorings to bourbon.
This is really.
If it has bourbon, it has no artificial colorings.
With
All the
bourbon, it's
color
always handy
and
for
flavor
the
comes
audience
from
to
the
look
cask.
because they can't add coloration to the bourbon. This has to come from the oak cask.
Oh, great color. Yeah, I'll say 4.
Couldn't have said it better
I
myself,
hate to
Phil.
agree,
Oh, wait, I did.
but I'm going to agree.
There you
go. Because yeah, it's approachable. It's easy to drink.
Yeah, that's that's one thing a lot of people don't know about whiskeys. Scotch whiskey, it is legal to add coloring. It's called distiller's caramels. Now, if you know what you're doing, it doesn't do anything to the whiskey, just changes its color, makes it more presentable to the eye. But in bourbon, that is illegal. It's one of the 4 main metrics that makes bourbon bourbon. A, has to be made in America. B, the mash bill has to be at least 51% corn. C, it has to be made of fresh oak casks. And they have to be aged in fresh oak casks. And D, no artificial flavorings or colorings can be added to bourbon whiskey. And so that's why like a lot of whiskey purists really like bourbon. Now this one, it's not even a purist thing. It's just a good whiskey. Like I said, I enjoyed a lot of bottles of this with my brother. It's so got a lot of memories with
Drink,
Makers 101.
there's
Just
a lot you
full
can do with it.
disclosure.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah, we'll get a
again,
little
if you
deeper into
have
this one,
either
and then we'll get
experienced
back
drinker
to
or
it,
novice
folks. Don't
drinker,
worry.
this would be a good one to have around a holiday fire, you know, all kinds of fun times. You know, you're all around the fire at the house, whatever, and have a little bit of Maker's Mark 101.
There
In
you
fact,
go.
I might actually take this to one of my family Christmases. So
There you go.
now, in terms of cask aged spirits,
I'm gonna say, oh man, I'm kind of torn again between 3.75 and 4, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and give this one the nod to 4 because something about it just not because it's a limited release, but I don't know, it's just so pleasant on the palate that I feel like they did take a little bit of extra care of this. And like the color, the nose is good, the palate's nice, it's approachable, it's 101. I really just think they did a good job getting to where they wanted to get. Like they didn't cut corners here. I think they did the right thing.
I'm going to agree with you. 4 stars, which means my review the whole way through, 4-star whiskey in any way you want to measure it. Which that's not off.
Yeah.
You just were a little less generous as a bourbon because, to be frank, we've had some pretty awesome bourbons.
Yeah, there you go.
But the Maker, like I said, Makers has really kind of captured my imagination in terms of bourbon quality, especially their store picks are out of this world.
Yeah.
They compete with any of the weeded bourbons, the Wellers, and all that kind of stuff. But this, don't look this one over. This is definitely worth a try. Now, here's an interesting. Well, how did you rate it in cask age? 4. So shelving. This is the interesting question.
It's so close to being a contender for a top shelf bourbon, but I'm probably going middle shelf. That's probably the stigma of the distillery.
Yeah.
Which isn't fair at all because it's like you said, everything past the entry level Maker's Mark.
Yeah, it's right there actually.
Which would be this guy. Everything past that does stand out in a pretty unique way on its own legs.
You
And
should grab the 46.
I'm really a fan of everything.
And if you can't find this, 46 is actually really good too. I mean,
nice.
Like I said, if this is all you can find, and this is something
It's much cooler.
This is one of the only nice whiskeys that some people can find in grocery stores.
Yeah.
This 46 is definitely worth it, but this 101 is just up and.
Maker's 46 actually has a new bottling that looks a lot like its original bottling, just to the right of that bottle, but it says Maker's 46 French Oak. So if that's all they got, you're still doing
I'm with
good.
you. I've had it sitting on my top shelf. I've had it sitting on my middle shelf.
There you go.
Will probably put it next to a few other weeded bourbons that I have on my top shelf.
Wow.
Like my Maker's Store pick and my Wellers.
There you go.
So this one is good enough for top shelf. It can also be middle shelf. It's incredibly diverse. It's incredibly easy to mix.
Twist?
It's a twist.
Okay.
Some people think that's a big deal.
It's not to me.
To me, is even with Makers, they utilize synthetic corks, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah.
Because with alcohol, it won't happen, but some corks can be prone to leaking. Sometimes even they can grow mold in them. So that's if you store it with just a small bit of water in it and don't tend to it for a while. Alcohol, I think that's actually impossible to happen.
Yeah,
I think like it just can't happen. But yeah, some people give a hard time to the twist off. They're fine. Some of my favorite
It can happen
wines
with
have
wine,
twist
though.
off caps, okay?
But
It's
with
not
hard
a big deal.
alcohol, no.
If they
I don't think
had
scientifically it's
access to
possible.
this kind of sealing technology in
We
1524,
wouldn't even have corks.
some of the highest end wines for micro-oxidization, and that's it. That'd be the only cork we'd have. So,
Yeah.
but this is marvelous
Yeah, it's really great.
offering. Now, the secret question, Tony.
Yes.
Yeah, if you were to find this bottle
Yes.
for 39 or below, would
No,
you buy it?
I
Yeah.
want to pick this up before the end of the year because I'm trying to enhance my bourbon selection on my shelves. I just got a big, nice hutch to move all my whiskeys into, and I want this on my shelf. It's probably going to be on my middle shelf, but I'm going to get a bottle of this before it disappears for another year.
And I'd recommend you all do the
Or
same,
you're going to pick one up for me if you go before.
Yeah, that will
yeah,
happen.
Yeah, I was like, hey T, I'm here. Do you want me to grab you a bottle?
Yes.
Yes, I will.
Especially
So,
if you
folks,
like ship it on a
this is
plane,
amazing.
the pressure
Amazing.
differential will sometimes if
Wow, T
pull
finished off
the
his
wine
brand.
Yeah,
out of the
it's real
bottle.
nice.
It's kind of weird.
It's really good. It's very impressive
As I'm
bourbon.
known to say around here, folks. All that being said, thank you for joining us here at the KOE
Yes.
Nation for a very special holiday edition. Maker's Mark 101. Excellent stuff. I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE. And Tony,
damn it, that's
I'm
one
gonna
handsome
wish you a
man.
Merry Christmas.
Beautiful suit
We're
there.
going to be amongst our own families
And
when
you
this
as
hits.
well.
But this was our way of getting together before the holiday hit. So I wish you a very Merry Christmas, sir.
Indeed.
And I wish all of you out there a very Merry Christmas. Thank you for joining us. Like, share, subscribe, but most of all, be good to those around you. Be good to those who you wish were around you. Just try to be a little bit better to each other this year. I think that's the best we could ask for. I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
The Holly Jolly Blend Master, Tony G. Kiddos, go to bed. Santa Phil's got a lot of shooters to shove in your parents' stockings.
Merry Christmas.
Tony's awesome. I love that motherfucker. But yeah, he's been my eternal tag team partner in all this podcastery, so God bless him. But yeah, we released that for Christmas, I think 2 years ago. Just because why not? But yes, storing wine sideways. A lot of people don't know this. You don't need to do it with hard alcohol or champagne. You don't need to, you can just store them standing up. But wine should be stored sideways because the cork will allow tiny bubbles of oxygen that you can't even see to pass through the bottle. And that's called micro-oxidizing. And that's the only time the wine actually ages, when it's on its side. When it's up like this, it's not aging anymore. And so that's a very important thing. But yes, I've sadly had that happen too. Now, luckily, I've got a marvelous Napa Valley vintage from 2015 that I'm holding on to for just a special occasion. And that orchard burned down in the fucking fire a few years ago. So just devastating. So that kind of wine will never be around again. So I'm thinking of a good occasion. I'm like, if my kid's a full-grown adult or something and I still got it and like she's getting married or something, and yeah, sure, we'll bust the bottle open then or something like that. Otherwise, I'm just kind of hanging on to that one and a couple other bottles. I'm thinking about actually shooting a video where I go over my wine rack and the different bottles that I have, because I got a lot of ice vine now, because I'm kind of starting to get into that. But one other thing that I wanted to get into when I said at the end of that video, we need to all try to strive to be a little bit better to each other. So one thing I've always loved about Christmas, I think every human being could profit greatly from knowing that there is a time of the year where we should all strive to just be a little bit better to one another. And that's why I think Christmas is utterly valuable. I think Christmas is indispensable. I think there are some traditions and some rituals worth keeping, and that is one of them. So I don't know what any of y'all thoughts are on that, but I know for me, I would be remiss to let that one go. I've had debates on that before. Like even Tiberius has said he prefers Thanksgiving over Christmas, and I am just gobsmacked, to be honest with you. How we doing there, Huck fan? Welcome. Yes, I was just basically I was just asked what should be someone's first real bourbon whiskey, and I pointed them in the right direction. Do not worry, sir. The short answer is Maker's Mark 101. Even if that's your first, your middle, or your end whiskey, it's a good one. Even like a seasoned whiskey lover would be like, oh yes, Maker's 101. Not bad. Even if it's not your cup of tea, because some people don't like weeded bourbons. I think they're marvelous because they're a little more sweet. Some folks like the spice. They want to go for higher rye bourbons, but it is what it is. But we were also, yes, indeed, Huck Finn. We were also in the middle of this video before the question dropped. And so we're just going to, because we are going through numbers 15 to 11 of my most popular videos, because I was not able to get to that last time for all of the beautiful people. But yes, Huck Finn, you amazing headline dropper. If you got any more headlines, the people love you. A fellow Dalmore freak, I am going to drop this particular bottle in front of them and be like, oh dear goodness, ain't that just beauteous? There you go, you can see it a little bit better, but hey, I'll give you a nice, there we go, nice close-up look of this beauteous bottle. Yeah, so this is one I'm really looking forward to getting into, but I'm waiting for a very special occasion to even crack the seal on that one. And then the last one, a long pour bottle, one that you can count on to pour at a length without much spill. Oh boy, here we go, folks. Well, to be frank, that is any bottle of Dalmore you can count on to be your long pour bottle. So I've got just a nice little chunk here. I'm going to call that good. Didn't spill one fucking long drop. Pour of the Dalmore 18-year-old. Yes. Wash me in your jealousy. Wash me in your judgment. And hey, I only spilled like a few drops. Nuh-uh. Huck Finn. Ukraine destroys folks, Wagner Group HQ with
are the
HIMARS. HIMARS.
Whiskeys you need.
God.
2.
So says Huck Finn.
Be sure to like, share, subscribe right here at the K.O.E. Nation. And be sure to let me know if you think my my picks were a little centric to one Scotch whiskey region. Personally, I don't think I had enough Dalmore represented here. So let me know how you think I did. But, you know, folks, I am a lord of the Scottish Highlands, so I've got to represent the Highland Scotch whiskey region. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining me for this very special video of the 5 Scotch Whiskeys You Need, Part 2. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., and I will catch you on the flip side. Well, yeah, I can always jam out to that song. What can I say? Tiberius, how we doing? Come in my server. Thank God your punctuation, your grammar is proper. Otherwise, that would seem like a sexual advance in today's world. But all right, so Tiberius, hang on one second, Ty. Yes, yeah, howdy, Ty, howdy. Since he's spying on my show, all right, what the fuck here? I'm gonna spy on his show here. Okay, he's got some shit going on. Okay, yeah, Ty, if you're watching, I'm streaming your shit right back at you while you're watching my shit. What now, motherfucker? Yeah. Didn't think you were gonna see that shit, did you? Stream Inception, motherfuckers. Oh, damn it. That's too funny. Fucking with him a little bit. I really hope Tiberius saw that. I really do. Oh, Lord Almighty. So, hi, Tiberius. Hey, Ty.
We're playing your shit right back at you while you're watching it on. Yeah. In technology in the 21st century, pretty fucked up. Yeah. This shit is fucked up. I know you can't hear, but you can read my lips. Technology is fucked up. Okay. So, folks, let's see. You know what? I'm going to try something. We're going to do an experiment. I'm going to try to see if I can make the Discordy stuff work through this StreamYard because I'm not ended my stream yet. But let's see if I can make it work, folks. Let's see what I can do here. Let's see. Just us. Let me help you. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if this is going to work, folks. I'm going to give it a shot. Let's see. You know what? I think we can do this. I think we can. It's just a matter of let's see. I know, riveting content. I do apologize. There we go. I think we can do this. We are in business, baby. Hang on, gotta unmute Discord. There we go. I had to unmute my Discord there. Well, so yes, we're working on a new project. There we go. There we go. Finally. My own stream was having problems with audio, but now they can hear my beautiful, beautiful voice. But yes, we are working on a new podcast, and I believe the name is what is it, Ty? What is it? Yes, folks. Truth in the fiction or truth in the lies? Is it truth in description or truth in disguise? Whatever happens, folks, it's going to be you who decides. So join us, folks. Truth in the fiction, starring, of course, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. and Tiberius motherfucking B. So yes, that is coming down the pike, folks. It's a new show with a new concept, a new format. And because it's got me and Tiberius in a way that you've never seen us before, it is a new show. You gotta be there. Get in on the ground floor. I'm looking forward to it. I know you are, Ty. You are chomping at the bit for it. So we will see what happens from here, good sir. So Ty, with that, I'm going to hand it off to you as to where folks can go and what you think about this. What? Oh, I mean, like, I was about to say, poor, like, but I'm a harmless, lovable fuzzball, Ty. I mean, like, now the thing is, it's simple, folks. Everybody out there, I know the king of extreme, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. I'm well aware. And I have a very simple message and a very simple mission. Just one, and that's all, is that I will quit and I will stop when every single person on the internet agrees with me. That's all. It's a very modest goal. You guys set very modest, attainable goals, and when every single person on the internet agrees with me, then yeah, that's MOA. Okay, but no, the king of extreme. Okay, but yes, the king of extreme, like I always say, KOE. I just actually explained it to my own chat a little bit ago. To live to the extreme is to never follow the worst advice you ever got in your life. Just be yourself. No, be better than yourself. Why would you just be yourself? You can always improve. There's not one of us that couldn't improve in something. So the idea that just be yourself, folks who tell you that, they mean well, but it's the worst advice you've ever received. I'm sure Shakespeare wrote it exactly like that. Like I remember an English teacher once told me, it's like, yeah, you can have these parodies of Shakespeare and stuff, but it's not real Shakespeare unless it has Shakespeare's actual language in it. And so it's kind of like, yeah, the Lion King's kind of Hamlet, but it's not. It's not. It's Lion King week. Kids these days. No, don't get me wrong. Well, no, like I think you have to emphasize Shakespeare as he writes it, because his writing, first of all, you got to keep in mind there's hundreds of words in our English language that Shakespeare himself invented. But also he had this, and that's why his language is so important. He had the unique skill of condensing so much thought into so few words. And the best example of that is to be or not to be. That is the question. And so much is just condensed into that little thought and his construction of the language there. And so that's why I think Shakespeare is not only essential to study, but you really can't ignore his language because of what you can learn and what you can derive from it. So that's, I didn't think tonight I was going to be giving an impassioned defense of Shakespeare, but here we are, folks. Here we are. Oh, picture Paul Heyman. Now I can't play this on my stream, so I gotta. How much weed they smoked? High English. It was like the mid 1500s. I remember I watched one of those. It was Today I Found Out videos, and it was how far back could you talk to somebody and still understand their English? And it was about the mid 1500s, and then after that, it would just be some shit like, what kind of weird Proto German are you talking? Yeah, my beard ain't that long. I'm sorry, Aiko. It's for us, it was Animal Farm. That was like the highest minded content that any of our teachers made us read. When I came back the next day and said I read Animal Farm in one night, and and we were supposed to cover a chapter a day because, that was the speed that some of the kids were in that class. Let's be frank. My teacher, this is one of the most influential things she ever did in my life. Like to this day, I thank her. She went to the bookshelf, pulled out a copy of 1984, put it in my hand and said, "Will you be able to take the test with the other kids?" "Yes, no problem." "Okay, just reread the chapters as we go, but here you go. This will keep you occupied in the meantime." And holy shit balls, is one of the 3 most influential books I ever read in my life. Blew my fucking mind. And I was like, well, this is everything that I need to do everything I can to ensure that never becomes manifest in reality. Wow. Okay. Thanks, Teach. Thanks. He just blew my fucking mind by accident. Actually, that was around the time the Patriot Act was becoming a thing. Right around that time, actually. Strangely enough, I remember. Wow, weirdly, like I remember the morning of 9/11, and I'm in math class, and I get my assignment done. The teacher say, "Go into the computer lab and watch the news. You might want to see this." And I walk into the room, and as I'm walking into the room, I see the plane hit the second tower, and then they explain everything that's going on, and I'm like. And nobody else in the class got it. And because I was a policy nerd and a politics nerd, and I said, our whole world is over, guys. And the weirdest thing, and like Aiko, you will get a kick out of this. Jack, I don't know how old you are, but 9/11 was also last call on the sanctity of a woman's purse. Like before that, like in some southern states, the cop searches a car and he won't even search the lady's purse. He'll search the car, but not her purse. But then after 9/11, nope, that was last call on the sanctity of a woman's purse. After that, they'll just fucking rifle through that just like anything else. And so that was the one big shift in our society that I noticed. Oh, all right. Well, some folks shave their head, so I've. Oh, okay, nice. Okay, yeah. Like now, I get told that like, oh, go ahead, Echo. Hmm. So wait, so Ty, you're saying if every nation has to care about what you do, you're a superpower. If that's the case, then thanks for informing me that the K.O.E nation is in fact a superpower. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. Well, that's the thing. No. Oh no, I'm just a man that's just been given many, many titles. But to be president, I will allow an interim king of the KOE nation while I serve as president of Extreme in the Extreme administration. So don't worry. And yes, for those who don't know, Ty here is going to be my Secretary of State, and Iko here, like, I don't agree with his politics too much, but you can't say the man ain't done his homework, and that's why I'm making him my head of the EPA. So that, yes, the administration of Extreme, it's happening. And the reason Iko is supremely qualified is because his first response is absolutely not. I don't want to do that. Yep. The fact that you don't want the power means you kind of have to have it now. Sorry. That's just how the and like Ty was like, I think I'd be better fit here. Like, nope. Sorry, Ty. You're Secretary of State now. Sorry, that's just. Well, okay then, folks. So, got my first fan. Yeah, it's like, alrighty. But yes, the administration of Extreme, it's happening, folks. And this and many other things will be happening in Truth and the Fiction, folks. That's going to be that is. I'm looking forward to that. Ty, we might be launching that sooner rather than later, but we'll get into that in its due time. Crack that bottle of champagne on the maiden voyage. Yes, pure leaf, motherfucker. It's to keep my singing voice in fetch. But ew, no, I'm kidding. I can about imagine that's significant. But I always kind of joke, like, because I've read 2 audiobooks. I'm thinking about doing a third, the Book of 5 Rings, and it takes at least 3 bottles of pure leaf raspberry or peach tea in order to keep my singing voice in enough fetch to read 2 hours of an audiobook. So that's ooh, alrighty. Live reading's nice. So you got to read and you got to do it under fire, folks. It's nice. But no, I did Iko a favor the other night where I reenacted one of the scenes from There Will Be Blood for him. And so, I'm a man of many talents. So I'm looking forward to all of that. Please do. Thank you. No. This motherfucker's spitting over here, Ty. Why you gotta stop him when he's just like, Ty, I am an endless pit for praise. Okay? Like, you can. Of course. Like, well, no, Ty, it's just that I'm right and I know it and I'm very reasonable in my rightness. That's all. Like, well, no. Like, yes, I mean, Ty, now keep in mind, back to work. Yep. Yes, the classic. It, it Grandpa Reagan. Now, a sad reality when it comes to Ronald Reagan, if Ronald Reagan were to run for president today, there would be too many people that would accuse him of not being Reagan enough. Like this is a true story. Yeah, yes. So it's one of those things. Like, don't get me wrong, Ronald Reagan. If you're an economics nerd like me, and you're kind of like you study the money stuff, yeah, Reagan was a fine president. But I can understand, like, if you're one of those family values types. Keep in mind, he did actually sign no-fault divorce into law. That was Ronald Reagan that did that. Now, keep in mind, he had been through a pretty nasty divorce. He's like, maybe it's just best if we let people just go all no givesies backsies on this and just kind of call that good. So, to make it what you will. But he also implemented some of the most restrictive gun control in our nation's history. So there's a lot. He's kind of why you don't have an automatic weapon. Yep. I remember Rush Limbaugh described the last amnesty as ceding California to the Democrats forever. Like, that was what Rush Limbaugh said live on air. I remember one time. And it's like, and so with the third amnesty, that is ceding California to the Democrats forever. And like, so I was like, interesting. Well, why would you not like Rush Limbaugh, the man who meets and exceeds all audience expectations on a daily basis? No, just for 3 hours a day, every day. And until my show comes back on, your life will be tumult and chaos. Now, here's the thing I actually do say about Rush Limbaugh, and a lot of folks don't like hearing this, but they gotta begrudgingly admit it's true. If you are a content creator, you are a part of the intellectual heritage of, and you owe a tremendous debt to Rush Limbaugh, because he innovated the idea of the content creator connecting to the audience regardless of platform or medium. He had a Limbaugh letter, he had an AM radio station, he had a TV show, and it didn't matter what. He had an impact. That's just a matter of perspective. Actually, towards the end of his at the end of his life, he totally was on board and actually quit smoking. He did actually quit smoking at the end of his life. And he would say, my formerly nicotine-stained fingers. And he did cheat once when George W. Bush was reelected. I remember that day. Like, and the one time I am having a cigar this evening with you fine people on this marvelous day of reelection for George W. Bush. And so, yeah, that was boy. And weirdly enough, those were the good old days, unfortunately, folks. Little did you know. Yeah, but like at the end of his life, but like from the 2006, it was over. Hard to say. Well, now here's the thing. Whoa. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't tell anybody to do what they do. Some people just like to smoke. That's the unfortunate reality of it. They like to, and there's fucking nothing. Like, you're not going to be able to shame him into stopping. Now, when he saw the data and he changed his mind, to his credit, he quit. Now, the unfortunate reality with Rush Limbaugh, is 2020 was when we learned there really is no live forever serum, because both Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Rush Limbaugh died in the same year. And if we had the live forever serum, somebody would have got it to one of them too. Oh gosh, the lizards weren't able to come from the other side of reality to, do the lizard pads that bring you back. I don't know how they do it, but yeah. I have no idea what you're talking about, Ty. It's foreign concept to me. But gentlemen, there's something I do need to address on my stream. They're not able to get all of you on audio, so I'm going to be heading back to them here in a little bit. But if any of y'all have any final thoughts or questions for the King of Extreme this evening, I'd love to hear it. And Aiko, I look forward to our meeting as our first cabinet meeting as the head of the EPA. I'm looking forward to seeing what your prerogatives are. On unions, I believe in freedom of association. So if people want to form a union, there's no reason why they shouldn't be allowed. They serve a very real function in any market. Especially like public sector, private sector market unions, there's kind of you get in some fuzzy areas there, but like the teachers unions, got no problems with that. It's like private companies, they can associate how they wish. The public sector unions, I'm not going to bust them up. But I even said, like, if I were to be made king of like a kingdom like Skyrim, one of the first things you do is just implement some sort of labor union. That's the first thing you got to do. Otherwise, if you're suddenly made king of some primitive area, you have to do that at some point. All righty, excellent. I also believe, like Tenacious D said, it's time. The bullshit has gone too long. It's time to legalize marijuana, and it's time to decriminalize on a federal level. That's a necessity. I also believe that we should probably allow, like, the states are still going to allow gambling. I think we should make it federally legal, but you can only gamble with the newly legalized marijuana. That way you don't violate the Interstate Commerce Clause. I was about to say, like, casinos, those are practically permits to print money. But, all right, Ty, before I take off, good sir, any last thoughts? Yep. We will make this work one way or another. But yeah, I like the idea of we're going to have a lot of topics. We're going to make this work. Me and Ty. But yeah, obviously I'm a reasonable man, a reasonable Republican. It's Ty. It's just I'm reasonably right. You just don't want to admit that I'm correct. And I can tell you really liked my thumbnail for my video. Tiberius admits, I had Tony make me that, and when he sends me that, I'm like, okay, that's too ridiculous. I love it. And so that was, but yes, so you're King of Extreme, folks. Ty, thank you for having me on this evening, and I will see you tomorrow or the next day, whichever one happens. I do have to truck some grain a little bit tomorrow, but I should be pulling back into the farm by at least 6. So I'm going to try and get set up in my proper in my proper studio with the suit coat and everything, because if we're going to be cracking off a maiden voyage, you got to be wearing your fine Italians. But folks, everyone out there within the sound of my voice on all the other streams, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for being here and allowing me some of your time, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. Folks, I'm one damn handsome man, and I'm the man with the plan, and you can find me at K.O.E. Nation, TikTok, Twitch, and of course, KOE Nation on YouTube. Give me a subscribe, folks, because we are on the drive to 500 subscribers, folks, on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. Everybody within the sound of my voice, I hope you make it back to the Tiberius D show. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tiberius D on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And of course, patreon.com/Tiberius_D. Be the fuel to make this story go forward, folks. Ty, Jack, Iko, Sherm, God bless every last one of you. Ty, thanks for having me on, good sir. Well, good night. Sorry, that shit's funny. Okay. All right. We are back, folks. We are back. All right. So that was fun. That was fun. All right. Let me close StreamYard. Oh, God damn it. That's too funny. That's too funny. I do apologize. So I got to figure out a way to like pull the internet in through a way that I can actually make use of it. So I got a little bit of work to do there, but we'll get there. We'll get there, folks. Let me check, make sure that you're still getting me, Phil K.O.E. That was fun. That was. Let me check, make sure that you're still. Oh yeah, you got me. You got me, the King of Extreme. But yeah, that was ridiculous. Yes, you can hear and see me now, the King of Extreme. I do apologize for that, folks. I'm going to have to do some work to figure out how to get their audio through this. This is why I need like a Jamie. Like, Jamie, can you pull that up? Sorry, I could not help myself. Well, good night. The comedic timing was right there. All right, folks. All right. I am going... We are doing this, motherfuckers. We are fucking doing this. Oh, and we got 428 subscribers. God bless. God bless. We're on the drive to 5, folks. All righty. Let me get my share screen going again, because I was just trying to keep everything rolling with as little internet as I could use as possible. But, all right. There we are. There we are. All right, we're back, folks. That was fucking crazy. But we have 2 more videos that we have to touch on this evening before I can call number 15 to 11 all the way completed, folks. So without further ado, we're going to get right into video number 12. And this is a special one. Now, Tony and I had a really fun time doing this because we did Johnny Walker 18, then Johnny Walker Platinum, and then the matchup back to back. Or I forget the order we did it exactly. Maybe it's reverse, but we did all 3 of them, all 3 of those videos one night. So at one point it's like, wow, what an incredible, unique thing we're about to try. So that's the joke there, folks, but enjoy. Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for a truly ascendant, necessary spirit review. You've heard of the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. You've heard of Hulk Hogan versus Andre. You've heard of Tyson Holyfield. Well, we have a true matchup of the ages for you tonight. We have Johnny Walker 18 versus Johnny Walker Platinum 18. So, folks, this is a versus matchup that I have been looking forward to getting into for a long time, and I know a lot of you at home have too. And most of all, my indomitable broadcast partner, one Tony G. Folks, I am Phil K.O.E. of K.O.E. Nation YouTube and Twitch.
Stayed up nights.
I know. We've been trying to figure out who is the true winner. And also, what is the big difference between Platinum and the now current 18 label? So, Tony?
The difference is you can buy one.
And also, I've noticed a slight difference in the flavor profile. So, Tony, bring up your glass of Platinum, one of your favorites in all the world. Yes, you do. Now, bring up... You can't tell me those aren't different noses.
Barely. The 18 has a little more spicy on the nose and slightly less clay.
I think the Platinum is more spicy.
On the nose? No.
All right. Well,
just clay.
All right.
This one tingles a little bit more in the nostrils if
All
you
right,
really
we're going
get
to take
down
a flavor of Platinum here. Your favorite.
deep. Oh goodness, I'm getting hayseed, I'm getting grapes, definitely some 15-year-old scotch in there, some 8-year-old scotch in there, maybe some bourbon casks and fine oak cask, first fill, share. No, it's clay.
Okay, now take your 18 in your copita.
Fucking clay.
I'm getting a little more clay on the flavor.
It's a lot of goddamn clay.
Now that you mention it, it is kind of clayish.
Yeah. Well, the color represents it too.
That one's more lively.
It's got a hell of a lot of clay in it.
I'm getting honeyed Speyside. I'm not getting none of the
Peanut
clay.
butter.
And to me, it's more of like a toffee on the back, but yes.
No, this is peanut butter. This is and then this is like it's like going to the cupboard with the glass. Gosh, drinking's great and all, but I need me a snack. You take a spoon, you grab the jar of Peter Pan, take the top off, you get a big old spoonful of that, just delicious. Now let me wash that down with some whiskey. There we go. Johnny Walker 18.
You know, it's strange, yet Tony calls them the same thing. But how much peanut butter do you get in this one, in the Platinum?
It's there. It's just covered by more layers of clay.
So different palettes, folks. So it turns out that these are actually two different products. It's not the exact same. Even
They
according
definitely are with their label.
Even according to Naysayer over here. Now, Tony, this is something that I know you want to do. You are the blend master. He's blending in his tummy right now.
It's a little bit more peanut butter on the 18. That's it. That's
All
it,
right.
folks.
So are you? Go for it, T.
Boy,
Oh!
I wonder how this will change things.
It's turned into unicorn tears.
Well, before that, who
Doing so might have just opened a portal to another dimension.
could have? Who's the winner, Phil?
18.
Yeah, this isn't even close.
Yeah.
Before
This is a great product. If you can find this, it's an interesting relic, if you will. If you're an obsessive Johnny Walker collector, you have to have this in your collection.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
but
fair.
To me, if you have to have it, go for it. But the current 18 is a better product.
This is a slightly better product. what would be the difference in retail? Is there any? I assume they didn't.
Well,
never really
considering you
sought it
can't
out.
find this anymore, that's why it's gone up in retail price. But that's about the only reason I can devise.
I prefer the platinum label, the look.
Oh yeah,
because I don't know, just 18 on the Johnny Walker, you expect to have a coloration, but it's not. It's just kind of a standard label. So I don't know. Presentation wise, the platinum wins for sure, but product wise, yeah, the 18 has a slightly better pellet.
I hate to agree, but I'm gonna agree because 18's just a better Scotch. It's one of the better in the Johnny Walker line, in my opinion.
Guess what that did? That made it taste like that.
Ouch. So, Tony, as a Tony G blend, what would you give that?
D+.
D+. Oh, man. So, folks, we have finally determined Johnny Walker Platinum versus Johnny Walker 18. T, anything you'd like to say to the people?
Nah, I understand now why they discontinued that one.
Ouch. Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special versus video of Johnny Walker 18 versus Johnny Walker Platinum. I am your King of Extreme, Phil, K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. And I am signing off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only, the Johnny Walker 18 Platinum super fan himself,
Tony G. Thanks for coming. Like, share.
Raving, I guess.
Ooh,
finally.
Itself out.
Get back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Ah, nice. Nice. I love that song.
well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah, just that little song at the end there was just recorded accidentally one day. Like Chicken was just adjusting his microphones. He said, all right, guys, let's just test our mics, see how it's doing. And I decide, what the fuck? I'm just going to start singing for no good apparent given reason. And now we've got that little outro that we've used a bunch of times. But cheeky fun. Yeah, it was one night back when Chicken was living in Iowa. He didn't really know anybody out there. So once in a while, me and Tony would go out there just to hang out. We'd have a record night. And that was just us kind of basically doing a mic check. So, and then after that, we had us a very thorough evening. But actually, the next video I'm going to show is me, Tony, and Chicken getting together for a really fun time. And it was a special occasion that I don't know if we're ever going to have the opportunity. Like, even if we all get together, I don't know if we'll ever be able to do this particular activity like we did. So, yeah, Chicken, really cool cat. He's up in South Dakota now. So he travels the plains. What can I say? I don't know if Iowa's quite the plains, though. I don't know. It's definitely not the high plains. It's on the other side of the river. But interesting thoughts there, folks. But without further ado, let's get into this amazing Dalmore. It's the definitive video of Dalmore. The entire bass line in production. Welcome, one and all, to a very special premium line review of the Dalmore. I am the elated and excited King of Extreme, joined by my indomitable broadcast partners here in eventual inebriation, the one and only
Chicken
and
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe.
this is one I've been looking forward to for a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
you don't say.
This is like, this is
Really?
like all of our powers combined into like Captain Planet, like a couple of his bottles, a few of my bottles coming together to make a full line review. This is one I've been looking forward to for a while, guys.
Really?
And this is one
And also,
I've been
folks,
trying to get my brothers to come down and do a similar line, but it's been a busy season, so we
Yeah,
haven't been able to
fair.
get there yet. So all that being said, I know.
So we've got in front of us the full
2 years
line,
ago,
the standard line of
1,028
the Dalmore.
views.
None of the duty free, none of the really super special got to be in a
We
certain
cracked
country to get
1,000,
it.
folks.
If
We
you're
made it.
in the good old US of A, this is the stuff that's available to you. What we have here is the Dalmore 12, half small batch bourbon, half sherry. We have Dalmore Portwood, actually the highest ABV of the bunch.
Yes.
Tony noticed that.
Yeah,
This is aged in only Portwood, no age statement. I'm
46 and a half.
guessing somewhere from 6 to 10 years.
Yeah.
One of the better ones,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Dalmore 15. This is aged in 3 types of sherry, Methuselah, Apostoles, and Amorosa. And there is some bourbon influence here. 15 years. Marvelous. Then aged icon, the Dalmore 18 years. This spends 14 years in small batch bourbon. And then the rest of the time, every drop of whiskey in here is anywhere from 18 to 21 years old. It spends the rest of its time in 30-year-old Methuselah sherry butts, which is a very special 30-year-old sherry.
It's good stuff.
Then we go to the Cigar Malt Reserve, which is mostly sherry, 70% sherry, 20% small batch bourbon, and then 10% of my personal favorite, Cabernet Sauvignon. I love whiskeys aged in Cabernet Sauvignon. So this one, and we actually have done a cigar
Yes.
review, so
And
definitely.
it was a perfect match.
Mwah.
It was.
Yes. So definitely check that out. And last but certainly not least, and one I'm really looking forward to your reaction to as well,
Me too.
the Dalmore King Alexander III. This is aged in ex-bourbon casks, Methuselah Oloroso sherry butts, Madeira barrels, Marsala casks, port pipes, Cabernet Sauvignon barrels to make an amazing. This is the only single malt in the world with 6 different cask maturations.
Yeah, it's a pretty special process that goes into creating that, and it definitely shows. I was pretty damn impressed with it when I tried it, so I can't wait to get back into it.
Yes, so we're going to start at the 12 and we're going to work our way up, and there's a conclusion that I'm wanting to derive from this. But
what is the order that we have in front of us? Because this is how I'm going to keep it.
Start at 12.
12?
Yep, right in front of you is 12. If you want to look on the bottom, it'll say 12, just to
Okay,
make sure. This is actually me and my younger brother's favorite whiskey. We have gone through quite a few bottles talking about life and truth going through this. So, and when we were last here at Castle K.O.E., this scored incredibly well. This was
Yes,
5-star
our
compared
first
to the rest of the
6
island.
Scotch wine review was the Dalmore at the tail end. That was my introduction to it, and it's obviously grown since then. And man alive,
Yeah,
man
yeah.
alive,
Our
it's all good.
Our love of Dalmore grows.
This was the introduction for me.
I introduced Dalmore 12 to my brother just last night, and it went down very smooth and very fast.
And that it tends to.
I love the smell of this.
Mm-hmm.
This was the first time I smelled this. I could not get enough of the nose, and I'll be honest. Like we've had these glasses poured for at least 15 minutes.
Yeah, we let them all sit for a good 15 minutes to
Oh wow!
really get
The
some air.
nose on this after sitting. I gotta tell you, that's just incredible.
There isn't just like heavy orange marmalade.
It is. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just beautiful.
Oh.
It is. It's like a jam, a jelly, a sweetness,
and it hits you afterwards too. That orange marmalade, like you were saying, you get the little citrus tingle.
Yeah,
yeah, it's nice.
I think.
Oh,
I don't know if it's exactly fair that we added this one to our original Scotch review because
it was not.
This is a finished whiskey.
Yeah.
The other ones were just straight from the distillery.
Yeah.
So, of course, this is going to be like a delightful dessert at the end of it, which.
Well, that was kind of the intent.
It is. Yeah, I might have been trying to win over
the Dalmore muscle, and
it did work that night. It was amazing stuff. It is amazing stuff, and yeah, this has been a personal favorite of me and my brother. So shout out to him. And oh god, yeah, just amazing stuff. This is the introductory. This bottle is going to cost anywhere from $50 to $60.
It's a smooth finishing, exquisitely tasting, affordable Scotch. You can't go wrong with the Dalmore 12.
You don't feel bad if you and your brother knock one down in the night.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, we've all been pretty close to that. Like, now your brother tends to like more Texas whiskey, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, that's a different.
But you and your brother knocked down a bottle of 12, no problem, over a night of talking about life and truth.
Absolutely.
Me and my brother have talked about life and truth over. So, Richard Patterson, thank you for giving us this amazing whiskey, sir, and all the rest that we're coming to. So this one,
I love that.
My God,
it's pretty beautiful.
Let's move on down the line a little bit before we start getting into anything. I think what would be fair on these ones, because we've done grades for all of these in the past. Maybe perhaps a little bit grade the noses.
Okay.
Grade a few different things. Okay. Grade it as a Dalmore. That's. All of them 5-star.
I'm sure one of them is going to get a low ranking.
That's the problem. They're all 5-star to me. Never mind.
What do we have next up?
The Portwood.
The Port.
This is one of Tony's favorites.
Oh, love the Port. Oh, that nose.
There's a little bit more wood in there.
There's wood, definitely. And you definitely get that bite of that port wine scent.
And you guys are definitely right. Letting it sit. It's a whole.
Oh yeah.
Letting
it breathe is so important with something.
When I first bought a bottle of these, and I'm trying to of the Port versus the 12. The first time I bought a bottle of the Port, I don't know. I appreciate it a little bit more now than when I originally tried it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that comes through so much more.
Wow. That lingering taste.
Like these both
just expands on your tongue.
They both have the same house style, but so vastly different. You could believe they come from the same distillery, but there's a big difference. So
you wouldn't, if you put these in front of somebody and didn't tell them what it was, you wouldn't really guess that it's from the same line. It's familiar, but they do feel a bit like strangers back to back. That nose is definitely strong.
Going back to the 12, I pick up a little more honey out of it. There's just the honeyed sweetness, the bourbon elements come through a little bit more. I wouldn't say vanilla, but there's the honeyness that you get out of bourbon.
I think you're right.
The honey for sure.
I definitely noticed the honey after the Port. The Port's so overpowering on your tongue, but like I said, it just expands.
Yep, and we're taking all these as they are as they hit the palate. Our palate cleanser is the next drink of whiskey, and moving right along. Actually, I need just one more sip of the Port.
Yeah, that's fair. That is really nice. It's obviously like stronger, 46 and a half.
I can tell it was stronger.
You taste it, but it's not like invasive strong.
Get ready to hear this a lot. If you let it sit on the tongue and wash above and below, you get like this really dark chocolate.
All right. Well, you talked me.
Yeah. I twisted both your arms. Let me just set them back for you. Yeah, let it go above, below. Let it get on the walls, the cheeks of your mouth. Let it get everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's this dark chocolate.
Definitely.
Once the oxygen
like
hits your mouth, especially. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, for sure. That's good.
Yeah.
that's really
So,
nice.
all right, now we move on to 15. This is another one of Tony's personal favorites.
I think for sure, just price wise on the
nose is so
line,
buttery.
the best bang for your buck, in my opinion, is the 15.
Yeah, if you're wanting the highest quality for the least amount of money spent,
Right.
I think Tony might be good, but isn't this such a buttery nose?
Oh my god, it's like a not a popcorn, but like a caramel
Yes,
popcorn.
yes,
nose.
yes. There's this. You're right. It's this just sweet butteriness to the nose.
Oh, I love the nose on this one so much.
Chicken's like, I like the palate on it better. And now, all right, on this one, keep it on the palate for 15 seconds, at least a second for every year that the great Richard Patterson was so kind to age this for us.
Oh, wow. This is my first time with the 15. Holy cow.
Isn't that great?
That is amazing.
Isn't that great? It's so crisp and light at first, but it just kind of opens up, and the lingering is and the tingling is very mellow and nice.
Marvelous.
It's oh god, it's so smooth. It's so smooth. It's
Yeah,
so nice.
That's considerably smoother from the previous two.
Yeah.
Which is one of the most over-abused words in all whiskey, smooth. But this one actually does
No,
deserve
this one absolutely
That redefines
is
smooth. At
Yeah.
this point.
Yes, you got to remember,
you're not overusing it.
we're in uncharted territories for chicken
Yes,
at
you're
this
popping my
point.
cherry on a few of these.
I think pretty much the rest of them from here on out.
Yeah.
So 15.
Wow.
This is 3 different sherries, as opposed to this one is just 1 sherry. So that's the big
If you
difference.
go back to the port, you can definitely taste the difference in the ABV, because now that port just it stands out so much more. Like it's still very nice. It's not an offensive ABV by any means.
Oh, yeah.
But you definitely tell.
I wonder if it's because port is a fortified wine or if it's something to do with the aging process. Because
I would go with yes.
Okay, yeah, let's go with that. But yeah,
so buttery.
Yeah, you can definitely tell this is a lot younger than the 15.
Well, folks. We have a Tiberius D raid that has come in, folks. All of you beautiful people here, welcome to the K.O.E. Nation. All of you marvelous, marvelous raiders. It is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. Folks, thank you all for being here, and thank you all for joining us on this Tiberius raid. Yes, I mean, folks, we got baked cupcake. We got EOD. This is a Tiberius D raid, but the KOE Nation loves all raids. Come on in, folks. We love you all. We love you all. You can, of course, you know me, Phil KOE. You can, of course, find me, KOE Nation, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch. Ty, you're a gentleman and a scholar. How we doing? And Aiko. No, I am here with all of you beautiful people now. I'm not signing off. We're just getting this party started here. I am hitting the 20 through 11 videos on my YouTube channel to celebrate 420 subscribers. I think that's funny anyways. And we're just getting started on video number 11. Then I was thinking about maybe going over a little bit of the Prime panel, the last appearance I made. I can't remember. I think you might have been there. I can't remember. If not, I talked to you at some point. Yeah, sorry. Life's been a little weird as of late, but other than that, yes, all of you beautiful people, welcome to the KOE Nation. I'm sure all of you beautiful people are clearly subscribed to me on YouTube, KOE Nation on YouTube. I mean, that's really where you can get most of my KOE content. But folks, I do appreciate all of this. And I of course, appreciate this, that we're going to have a great show called Truth in the Fiction. Is it truth in the lies, truth in description, or truth in disguise? However it ends up, folks, you're the ones who decides. So yes, it's going to be a new show. It's going to be a new concept. It's going to be a new thing. It's going to be where all the hip cats go. Yeah. No, actually, My daughter told me that hip is about the least hip word you can use now. So sorry. Hip's not hip anymore. But yes, folks, we're going to
If I had to
hit
guess,
this for
now,
just a
this is
second,
shot
a
in the
few
dark, but
more
probably
seconds
somewhere
here
from
because I'm
6
going
to
to
10
make a
years.
quick restroom
Which
break.
is
This is
a
my
good
review
age for
of the
any whiskey.
entire
Yeah,
Dalmore
what's
line.
wrong with
Little
that?
Scotch
So,
whiskey.
oh my God.
Right
So,
back, folks.
Yeah, it's hard to move on from the 15. I
yeah,
really-
yeah,
I
it
really
deserves
like it.
one more.
You didn't pour me enough.
Well, we can fix that, sir.
That is beautiful.
Do you know how hard it was at the intro to not just go off script and just start pouring them all together?
Oh, that's coming probably at the end of the video.
Well, yeah.
Like, just wait for
Whichever glass is left,
Yeah,
they'll
I mean,
probably have to give a
Richard
little-
Patterson's got nothing on you. You can blend it better.
He's making and distilling amazing scotch, but I mean, he could learn a couple of things from me. So
Oh, yep.
we'll get there. We'll
Yep,
get there.
yep.
I'm sure after he watches this video, he will take some
sure.
notes.
He'll be like, I've been doing it all wrong. Thank you, Tony G.
Exactly.
Thank you. So, all right, we move on
Oh boy.
to the Cigar Malt Reserve.
Take a nose of that and let me know what you think of that nose.
Oh.
Yep. What does that remind you of? Is there anything that sticks out specific on the nose?
Oh, I'm trying to think of what. It's not coming to mind. It's just.
There is something so specific there.
Yeah.
It's
I'm not.
it's
I don't
familiar,
want to ruin
but
it. I'll let you
There's
play this
something familiar
game.
in
You
what-
love doing
it's
this.
just.
I just love this whiskey.
To me, on the nose, it's called cigar malt. You get a bit of a tobacco scent with like a vanilla extract vanilla. And then there's something else hidden there too that I can never put my.
I get the vanilla. Now that you mention it, I do.
What
get
was the
vanilla.
first thing you said? Not the vanilla, but
tobacco.
oh yes, like not like smoking tobacco, but like you're chewing on the end of a really thick Nicaraguan
Yeah.
cigar that you haven't lit yet. That flavor is what you get there. It does have that just tobacco, and it really does match with smoking a cigar, I will say.
And the flavor of this is in
This is
in no way an insult.
Mm.
Yeah, like that one.
I picture a Nicaraguan cigar in one hand.
Yeah,
and
the
oh, wow.
the pairing. What was the cigar we had? Do you remember off the top of your head? Because it was an
Acid
amazing.
blonde Nicaraguan cigar.
It was incredible. It paired so well.
Yeah,
Holy
The flavor for
shit,
me,
Aiko.
and this is in no way an insult, but
You just kind of stumbled on some brilliance right there.
anybody who's ever used chewing tobacco, like in their younger years, maybe in your latter years, Skull Straight or Skull Vanilla.
Like this is a stop the presses moment. Aiko, flavor notes are one of the most overt ways of discussing metaphor that I know of. Holy shit on a shingle. I mean, Aiko just hit a bullseye of a motherfucker right there. It's also one of the reasons he's going to be my head of the EPA in the administration of Extreme. I look forward to seeing your big prerogatives as head of the EPA. Now, I'm wondering how you're going to, like, I really want to see how you navigate, like, okay, you got to persuade a Republican president who's going to be a touch on the conservative side. So I'm like, this is one of those, like, this is a teachable moment for all the kids you coach in debate and all that shit. This is going to be very funny. Damn it. He found the mind hack of every capitalist. That will be a fun day, sir.
Which is basically straight with vanilla added into it.
Damn it, he
You've
used
had
the
Skull
cheat
Straight
code.
before.
Yeah.
Swish that around in your mouth and let it sit for about 10-15 seconds and tell me that
I
doesn't
just did.
remind you of that.
I know what you're talking about, and the vanilla is not as strong for me. I get it more in the nose than the flavor, but yeah, I definitely get the Skull. Brings back some high school memories. Yeah.
It's a nostalgia, and that's one thing you get with a nice scotch is the memorable, nostalgic memories that come with each different flavor and nosing.
There's a certain dryness to this that I think comes from the cab, this is French Cabernet, which if you think California cabs are dry. I mean, California cabs are downright fruity and tangy compared to French cab. So, like, that could suck some of the moisture out. So,
Okay.
or not French cab, French Cabernet Sauvignon. Those are two different things.
No,
But-
yeah, you're right. If you switch this one around and really let it overtake, like it's gonna be hard to move past this one because it lingers and tingles
does.
so much harsher than the other.
Well, luckily for us, what we got to wash it down and move on right past is aged luxury, the aged icon, the Dalmore 18 year.
Yeah, this is some incredible stuff.
Oh my God. It's like this deep toffee butter on the
Yeah,
nose.
definitely the butter.
Mhm.
It's sweet.
Like-
It's a sweet butter.
But now go to the, grab your 15 here. This is a lighter butter. This is a deeper, just more, feels like it's like,
This is like a milky butter. This is it's
yeah, this is like, I don't know how to,
18 is like a
It's like a tangy caramel.
butter that you just put on a hot stove or something like that. It's just got a
Mhm.
deeper smell to it.
Yeah, the 15, I don't want to call it weak, but its nose is so clean.
It's clean, a little bit of honey and a little bit of
Yeah.
This
tang.
is something that I do want to discuss a little bit. I'm a lover of wines. Iko brings up a great point. I'll never forget the moment when California wines overcame French ones in the big top 10 lists. It hasn't gone back since. Napa Valley, Sonoma Valley in particular, and there's other spots in California that are great producers, but those two are just honey holes for great wine. That fire that went through Napa Valley, like that hurt right here, because there's some beautiful wines. And I was just saying earlier, actually, to Jade the Green, actually, we were talking about how I've got this one 2015 Napa Valley vintage that I'm hanging on to for a special occasion. I don't even know what I'm gonna hang, like, just someday I'm gonna open that one and it'll be an interesting occasion. But yeah, California wines are amazing. And don't overlook Virginia wines. The Virginia wine revolution has been upon us since 2015. So that's one I definitely say don't poo-poo that. And I'll never be able to find it again, but there was this beautiful Colorado wine that I it's one of those wines that, like, you can't even, like, damn it, where the hell can I get it? But yeah, it's one to definitely look into. But yeah, Virginia wines, marvelous. I got married in Napa Valley the year before fires. Well, hey, you got to see it in its peak before it went away. That's just tragic. You know what I mean? Just tragic. But yeah, well, yeah, lucky, but yeah, the fires afterwards, tragic. But yeah, God bless. That's awesome. You got to see all that beautiful wine land, and that's one of those. Now, don't get me wrong; it'll come back in a few years, and it will make beautiful wines again. But especially after that fire, that bottle of that vintage, I'm definitely hanging on to for a very special occasion now. And Iko also says another thing that is very true. Oregon is coming up. Now, I've had an Oregon cab. I can't remember the name of it, but it's got this big, like, fiery eagle on it. And what happens is the orchards have controlled fires to burn off the grass that's there. And a lot of people say that gives kind of like a smoky, grainier, and you're not burning the grapes necessarily, but I do think you do have a lot higher carbon in the soil, and that's not nothing. So that might actually affect flavor a little bit. Let's see. Hello from Chicago. You talk about liquor summons me from the internet. Well, you came to the right fucking place, because not only are we talking wines, but I'm also getting into my deep fucking Dalmore review with my buddies, because it's the 11th most popular video that I ever put out, as a thank you to my 420 subscribers as we go on to the drive to 500 subscribers, sir. Because I think it's funny, 420 subscribers. So my 20th to 11th most popular video. So yes, that's funny to me. But so yes, any talk of liquor now, Pit Boss. One thing I always ask folks when they're so, what's your drink and dram of choice? And you run a liquor store in Chicago. Marvelous. Like a guy like you, that would be one of those, like, I would just want to talk about like the allocated process. Like, I'm not even like trying to like, oh, how do you get a bottle? Like no, just the process of how it all works fascinates me, because unfortunately the way that our liquor distribution works in the United States is kind of like concealed carry permit reciprocity. It's fucked up from state to state, and it's really hard. Like, you can't just go to a liquor store and say, I would like this, and this. It's really weird to get liquor from place to place. And like, to me, I'm a farmer, and so I just want easy distribution of this grain-based product that is liquor, like, because the story of distillation is a story of farming, and so it's always fascinated me. And but yeah, like, to me, it's just really oh, nice. You get to cherry pick everything that comes through. One time, a guy sold me a bottle of William LaRue Weller, and I've been making some videos off that ever since. And it's just, oh, God. I'm just waiting for Chateau Picard to become real. Nice. 2 distilleries nearby owned by farmers. Yeah. Now, here's an interesting one. It's here in Nebraska. It's just a Nebraska exclusive thing. Loop River Distillery. They're out of St. Paul, Nebraska. I have no connection to them whatsoever. I've just bought 2 bottles of their bourbon, reviewed them, and put them up against other bourbons in a blind flight. So I was the only guy that saw what the bourbon was. Everybody else that participated that night didn't know what they were drinking. And when they graded it, I revealed it. Loop River Bourbon from St. Paul, Nebraska, crushed Colonel E.H. Taylor in a blind flight. So that might be one of those, if you run a liquor store, might be a cheap way to get some new, like, oh, this is the new fucking thing around town, because it's just caramel in the glass. It's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. So, like, but yeah, like, I have no connection to these people other than one time I sent them my video to them on Facebook and said, you should probably know it crushed Colonel E.H. Taylor. You should know that. And they were like, thank you. Like, so that's the extent, but I recognize a good product when I see it. One is Estate Distillery, from seed to spirit. Grain to glass. I love those. Those are good. Those are fucking great. I'll have to look into that. Might have to do a review of State Distillery next time but again, you know as well as I, if I find one at a liquor store that I happen to be in, then I'll pick it up. God damn it. Our laws are weird. Aiko, we need someone to change their last name to Picard and move to France. Yes, Picard. Chateau Picard. Like, yeah, if somebody came out with a Chateau Picard, I'd already have a bottle. Yeah. But hey, because of the syndication time in the Midwest, Star Trek The Next Generation was the only reason I was allowed to stay up late when I was a kid, was to watch Star Trek The Next Generation. Because my parents knew I was just such a fucking Trekkie that it's like, oh God, just let him stay up another half hour to just watch the show. He'll be like, otherwise he's just gonna not, he's got to watch the show. And so that was just my one thing. And so that's why Star Trek The Next Generation has always been kind of my it's a happy memories for me, I guess. A conservative Trekkie, huh? Well, between you and me, you're gonna love this. Hang on one second. To me, anyways, you're gonna love this. A conservative Trekkie. When I was a kid and Deep Space Nine came out, I thought the Ferengi were the most logical race or species in that entire show. I thought, like, well, yeah, the Ferengis get it. They totally get it. Wouldn't that make it? Yep. Yeah. Like, when I was a kid, I was like, well, yeah, the Ferengis. Why? Like, and then when I heard about their rules of acquisition, I'm like, yeah. Like, some of them actually do, or there is some truth to some of them. Like a great one is, it's kind of similar to some advice my grandfather gave me, where he one time said, how much money has your money? How much money? Let me make sure I say this one right. My grandfather, some very good advice he gave me was, how much money has your pride ever made you? Think about that. How much money has your pride ever made you? Now think about how much money has your pride ever cost you? Yeah. And one of the Ferengi rules of acquisition is dignity, and an empty sack is worth the sack. So yeah, that use rules, get himself into the academy. Nice. My favorite dram, I own a bottle of Belvenny is amazing Highland Scotch. 25 years single barrel. Oh, you rapscallion. Oh my God, I bet that's just gorgeous. I bought for my mom in the 80s for 150, moved her in with me 2 years ago, and she still had it unopened. Oh my God. Like, you don't realize, like, that story just got better and better as I read it. Like the bottle just gets better and better as I read more words. And that's very rare. Like, I don't know. Like, it's clear you do sell liquor for a living, because you just like had the perfect sales pitch. Like you're like the guy selling the magic lamp in Aladdin. Like, just, I spin my amazing tale and you will want the lamp. Like, oh my God, well done, sir. Well done. Every drinker. McKenna for $14.99. An okay bourbon. I've just never been a fan of Heaven Hill. They just don't seem to have a lot of flavor, but that's a price you can't really argue with. I would encourage one of the best budget bourbons that I've ever really had was, to be frank, Jim Beam Black 8-year bourbon. I'm really kind of shocked how well it did. We actually put it in a blind flight years ago, and it became our budget bourbon, basically. And then also Old Grandad 114. If you can get your hands on that, holy shit, it's just a little bit more, but oh, good Lord Almighty, good golly, Miss Molly, it is just, ooh, excellent. So those are just a few of the recommendations that I have. Otherwise, is, yeah, I'd say maybe give Old Grandad 114 a little sniff and a little snort. It hang on here. Pit boss, Evan Williams single barrel was mine, but it went to allocation earlier this year. Okay. Yeah, getting good store pick single barrels is getting to be a lot harder. Like, I've noticed that the really good stuff, the stuff that's gonna, like, at least in the state of Nebraska, to get like the quality juice, you're spending at least $70 on a good store pick, because there's apparently the margins aren't great, apparently, from what I've heard from store picks, but everybody loves them. And to me, they're one of the best values in whiskey, because you can get some amazing stuff, like a Woodford Reserve Double Oak store pick. One time me and Tony picked up, it was just like toasted marshmallows in a glass. So if you can get a good store pick, it's amazing. But Evan Williams single barrel, oh God, no. Oh, you mean just regular old Evan Williams single barrel is now an allocated again? Oh dear, sweet Lord, baby Jesus. Okay, sorry. At first I misunderstood. I think I misunderstood you. Like, Evan Williams single barrel is allocated. Why? Oh man, that's weird. That is
Penis here. This one
that is unusual.
is just deep like black cherries.
Now, what's your take on Dalmore, Pit Boss? Just
well,
curious.
let's just see how it hits the mouth.
It's my personal
let's
favorite.
See how that one tastes, huh?
Richard Patterson is my whiskey spirit animal.
Okay, what's your thoughts? Because then I want you to do something.
I had a swisher first.
I was about to say, keep that one on the tongue for 18 seconds, a second for every year that the great Richard Patterson took
I haven't even taken my first drink yet, just so I can keep my glorious voice going while these two do the 18-second dive. And there's going to be some incredible flavors when you're done with it. And
I'll let them describe the
kind of my
flavors,
rule
but I want
for
to get into
aged
this.
Scotch, at least a second for every year it was aged.
I get like that. There's a little note of butteriness, but like a milk chocolatiness.
Yes.
It's not like a fruity chocolate, just like a straight milk chocolate. Oh God, that is just beautiful. That's the Scotch tries to be that, and most of them.
Okay. Pit Boss, the corp I work for, seeing this, and I'm calling it, tequila will be under allocation this time next year. Allocated tequila. Did you ever think you'd live to see the day, folks? Allocated tequila. Oh man. Now there was a video that came out by one of my YouTuber that my daughter watches occasionally called Illuminati, and she broke down the truth about the tequila industry. It was actually a fascinating video because, like, it turns out, like, Breaking Bad, the guys from Breaking Bad tequila, Kendall Jenner's tequila, The Rock's tequila, they all pretty much come from the same distillery, but they're just really good at celebrity marketing. And so I was like, interesting. Let's see. Dalmore is excellent. Belveni is my go-to. Excellent, especially the peat week when I can get it. Now, Richard Patterson is the head distiller, the master distiller and the master blender for the Dalmore. And when he was asked in an interview, other than your own whiskey, what is some of your favorite Scotch whiskey? What is your favorite Scotch whiskey? The first words out of his mouth, the first two words out of his mouth were the Belveni. Because, like, to him, like, he's one of those, like, Scotch guys where it's not Dalmore, it's the Dalmore. It's like, okay, it's the Belveni. It's like, okay. So yeah, Belveni is a great go-to. And Tony's got a 15-year rum cask, which is just gorgeous. Like, the nose is hauntingly good. We're already doing single barrel store picks for tequila. Now, I've actually seen a few of those single barrel store picks for tequila. They're fascinating to me. Now we'll see if we get to the point of allocated tequila. If we get there, then this bourbon craze has gotten a little out of hand. Okay. And, like, it's kind of crazy. Like, my buddy Chicken was at a raffle and he's telling me, like, people who won these raffles are scalpers in the parking lot, like, offering people, like, their mortgage payment that month for these bottles. I'm like, okay. Like, William LaRue Weller is really good, but the answer isn't in that bottle. Okay. It's not like gonna fix everything. It's like, guys, you don't understand. If I get this Pappy 23, it's going to fix my broken relationships. Like, no, that's not how that works. It's just a bottle of bourbon. And that's why I say store picks are actually, in a lot of cases, as good or better. The best part is the choosing tasting. That is pretty awesome. That would be really, really fun to be a part of. Now, Tony and I, Tony's the guy in the Metallica shirt. He and I have very different palates. He likes the spicier bourbons. I like the sweeter whiskeys, which is why Dalmore is my favorite Scotch, because I got a sweet tooth and they never peat anything. And I'm not a big peat guy. Chicken, on the other hand, the guy with the Y'all Need Jesus shirt, he's a huge peat lover. Like, I've given him a couple of bottles of peated or Scotch that I'm not really all that into. It's like, here you go, Chicken, take these back home and just get me some reviews sometime. Best store pick I ever got was from Yellowstone. Just interesting. Chicken picked up a Yellowstone store pick. I think it was in Iowa one time, and he said it was marvelous. So that's one of those I just haven't had the time to get into, but sometime I'm going to really give that a good exploration. Yellowstone. I haven't gotten into the regular bourbon. I see it everywhere, but I just haven't got into that yet. But
on your
can never
recommendation,
achieve something like that. That's
I
just
think it's going to be
massive
given
run.
a KOE
can't
proper due
fathom
now.
How he managed to do that. I had
There's a lot of chocolate in there.
so many good flavors there.
That
The
one
chocolate
sticks to the
out.
tongue more.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's better.
Like I'm
That
actually
one
getting.
stays with you too. Like
Yeah, like you can't get it off your tongue. You know what I mean? Like it's
there's
there.
nothing wrong with it.
Like,
No, it's
like an
great.
advent calendar milk chocolate. That's just all I can think of. Oh, wow.
There's a little bit of that house style marmalade, but it's way
There's
in
a
the back.
spiciness there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm reminded of like an advent calendar chocolate because it's Christmassy, spicy.
Like after you get done
milk
with that
chocolate.
little piece and you get that after.
Yep.
Yes.
And that buttery, milky.
Also, don't
aftertaste
overlook
sits
Woodford
on your
Reserve
tongue.
Double Oak.
It's just a beautiful.
You can get
one.
coffees and
this is
marshmallows.
so good.
Top
If you get the
notch,
right one.
top of the line whiskey.
Yeah.
18 year.
The
Yeah, this one's gonna run you about $180 to $200 a bottle, and unfortunately, it's worth every penny.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is like, damn it. When I saw that, I was like,
Yeah, these bottles are
have
expensive, but they're
bottle.
not
Yeah,
like
yeah,
allocated bourbon
yeah,
expensive.
Bullshit.
yeah, yeah.
Pretty magical.
And then this is one. The next one we're moving on to. This one I had to search the country over to find, and I found it.
Fine.
Give this one a good nose for a moment before. Yeah, this is the King Alexander III. There's just a lot of deep richness to it.
It is very rich. There's unfortunately for me on the
It's
nose
almost
on
a
this.
brownies.
There's something in this that
I can't identify what it is, but it stands out from the other side.
it's definitely. I think I could pick this one out of the lineup by the nose, just
my.
because it's so.
Okay, so I just sold a bottle of Woodford Reserve Baccarat Edition, $1,900. So okay, so you understand all too well the fucking craziness of the bourbon craze that we're in the middle of. It's insane. But hey, FOMO, fear of missing out, is a real thing. So and it's really hitting hard in bourbon. But I made an observation. I was talking to my dad about this, and in the 80s, like the mid 80s, the Lati fucking da whiskey to have was Crown Royal. Like it was like, oh my God, you got a bottle of Crown Royal? And so that was just the whiskey to have. Then, over enough time, Crown Royal increased its distribution to the point where there's almost not a gas station in fucking God's own USA that you can't get a bottle of Crown Royal from now. And eventually, it's the same thing's going to happen to like Pappy's 23 or whatever. Take your pick. There's going to be not a single goddamn gas station by the time I'm my old man's age. There's not going to be a single gas station, God's creation. I'm not going to be able to get a little 50 milliliter sample shooter of Pappy's. It's like, it's just the more things change, the more they stay the same. But you're going to hate me when you see it, Pit Boss, but that's coming down the pike.
Different.
It's almost got like a fruity tone to it, but like.
What attracted me to this one is Horst Luning from whiskey.com says this is one of his favorite whiskeys of all time, and he drinks whiskey for a living. And also, I can't remember his name, but he's one of the guys down at the Gentleman's Gazette, and he says this is one of his favorite scotches of all time. So,
Like a dehydrated raspberry.
Okay, like I got to stop the press again on this one. Baccarat Crystal Decanter, marvelous. Yeah, Woodford, when they make a decanter bottle, they don't fuck around. Woodford juice aged 3 years in an XO cognac barrel, so 8-year-old cognac. Only 2,000 bottles. They just opened up the market to the U.S. Interesting. Now, me as just your humble podcaster, like I'd be like, I just want one little Glencairn glass of it so I can review it and tell my listeners what it's about. That's like, yeah, you can have the rest of that, man. Whoa, here's the $40 I owe you for that. Like, oh my, 60, I don't know. Like, yeah, so that's as far as I want to go. Like, but some of these whiskeys are amazing. They're like, so it just depends. Like William LaRue Weller, I would throw some serious cash down on another bottle of William LaRue Weller. It's like almost raspberries. Because like I found out in distillation, it creates esters. It's one of the things that gets created in distillation. And esters is the chemical that gives fruit its smell. So when people are saying, I'm smelling apple or raspberry or whatever, it's not that was actually put in the whiskey. It's that those esters arose in the creation of that whiskey. And William LaRue Weller has a lot of the same red fruit raspberry esters. And so there are certain products that are just worth that next level, but you really gotta be fucking on your eye on there. Yes. Buffalo hasn't hit my area. Yeah, same here. Now, my buddy Chicken in South Dakota said that there was at a raffle a bottle of William LaRue Weller and a bottle of Pappy 23. So, if it hit South Dakota last week, it's got to either be starting to hit the area here or it already hit and they got sold. You never know. You just never know. So I'm hoping not, because I'd kind of like one, but you know how that goes. Because those antique collection bottles, like, again, I don't know what the fuck it is. People think the answer is in these fucking things. Now, between you and me, it just depends on the stave profile. Maker's Mark Private Selects are like 80 to 90% as good as William LaRue Weller. It's just the fruit you're going to get is apple rather than raspberry, because their distillation process creates different esters. So to me, that's why I always encourage people to get store picks. Like a good Maker's Mark store pick that they did right can be comparable. We got our Pappy 2 weeks ago, usually comes a couple weeks after. Okay, nice. I'm fingers crossed, because like if I like Lord, like, just if I could score another bottle of WLW or something from the Nito Burrito allocated bottles, because I just want bottles for my listeners. Now it's kind of weird, like I probably should just do like a review of Fireball, and that fucker will be like the most popular video I ever did. Like you never know in this world, right?
Maybe something
like the dry.
Yeah,
fruit.
there's raspberries.
Yeah, that's where I was hit. Yeah.
Damn it, you're right. It's raspberries. Well, guys.
Oh wait. Now I'm getting floral on the tail end there. I don't know if I got that the first time I put this to the nose.
This is just everything.
Yeah, it's. You could sit here all day and smell this, but I think we drink it.
Wow. Like fruity chocolate.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that smooth.
Yeah, that went down way too easy, and it's not just because we just drank 5 scotches.
There's no bite to that.
We could go back to the port, and that would be a lot harsher.
Yeah.
Even the 18.
Yeah.
As good as it was, there was a harshness that stuck to your tongue.
Yeah. There's no bite whatsoever.
No bite that in you.
But the flavor's still there.
The flavor's still there, and it's not that it's dry, but it's like, you still get that buttery feeling.
And oiliness.
Yeah, oiliness afterwards.
That's just
not in a bad way, though.
Insanely good. I can't.
And you're right. No bite, no tingle in the mouth.
I can't imagine how they achieved this to be so smooth and taste so little like alcohol. It's insane to me how clean this finishes.
That is great.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now, unfortunately,
and I'm waiting for something to spring up. Nothing springs up.
This bottle will set you back well over $200. It's unfortunate, but now you see why. Mm-hmm. They come out with so little of it, and it's so specifically aged.
Oh wow! Yeah, it's.
There's like a leather,
so smooth.
Leather.
There. Oh my goodness! Thank you. That is part of the nose. It's that new car leather. You can smell it so pungently that you can taste it.
Now,
And it's nose to mouth that way, yes.
here's a crazy experiment. Take your King Alexander III, take your Dalmore 12,
Okay.
compare noses. Amazing.
Oh, this is just
Okay, got to
so
catch
much
up on some comments here. Pappy is for the tourists. Buffalo Antique Collection is for the serious collectors because it's harder to get. Yeah. And last year, I was lucky enough to pick up a bottle of WLW and Pappy 10. WLW is on a different level. Pappy 10 isn't even close. Pappy 10's good whiskey, but it's not even fucking close to WLW. Like, it's shocking to me that they're from the same planet, let alone the same distillery. It's like WLW is next level. So yeah, that's just personal honesty. Bandit, the fireball hits nose with cinnamon. I'm getting a definite cinnamon. Yeah, I got a feeling you're gonna get some cinnamon there. And let's see, can I get anything else? Nope. So, did you know Fireball is distilled wine juice with whiskey flavoring, and it's in the Sazerac portfolio? So, selling it gets you points to pat. Yes, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was wine juice. I thought it was just distilled, like base grain, like almost like a vodka that they add some cinnamon to because it's kind of like spiced rum, so spiced whiskey. And the last time I looked it up, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Fireball as a brand, just Fireball, profits $2 billion a year. Oh, it's wine juice. Okay. So it's spiced. Interesting. All right. That makes sense. I know it's Canadian. So interesting. But yeah, so I know that like you can make some money. Like not necessarily money, but you get the good allocated bottles if you can sell a lot of this fucking Fireball. Like I've got a buddy of mine, Maya, who loved Fireball back in the day. He'd just drink it all the fucking time. And I was just chuckling myself like, thank you for doing your part to bring the allocated bottles to our area. What? Like, don't worry about it. But yeah, so that always
the caramel chocolatey.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
a lot of caramel, a little bit of that orange.
The original one
I
is
know.
Dr. McGillicuddy's cinnamon
I
whiskey.
don't think I can ever
That
get
was a
over
little
the
Canadian
nose on
secret
the
for
12.
years.
Like, it
Dr.
just always stuck
McGillicuddy's
with
cinnamon
me.
whiskey.
Yeah,
But-
there's nothing
And then
that could,
Fireball
it makes
kind
you
of adopted
possibly
the
make
theme.
this better.
One of the reasons I wanted to do this, guys, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. In my personal opinion, a lot of people say that these are, a little high in their price. In my opinion, the Dalmore 12 is actually undervalued.
I believe.
Yeah, I got to agree. I just took a drink of the King Alexander and then to the 12 and then back to the King Alexander. And yeah, after going through the entire line and then touching back on the 12,
Which I'm about.
it's impossible to deny how, yeah, you're right. It's underpriced because that is so damn good. You taste everything that you get out of all of these still, and you get it with the 12.
So true.
That craftsmanship.
Bill
still
K.O.E.
here.
Dalmore 2024.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
The next time you take
Wow.
a taste of King Alexander III, see if you don't taste wheat on the back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's strange, but it's like wheat on the back.
Yes. It's if you oh goodness, like a dried wheat, right off of a grain truck. And obviously this is going to go over a lot of people's heads, but
We work in mills.
you get that dust in your nose, you get it in the back of your throat because you breathe it in. And yes, that is one of those flavors in there. Oh yeah, 100%. I know what you mean.
Now this isn't wheated whiskey.
No,
this is 100%
you're
malted
right.
barley.
You're right.
So yeah, I guess if we got to go back to the King Alexander and have another drink.
Yeah. Way heavy on that one.
God, it's smooth.
Every time immediately after
There
I
it is.
swallow it, I get that little like oily deposit,
Mm-hmm.
but it just sits there and savors the flavor. It's such a weird. I usually do not like that oily like deposit after a drink, but that one I just want to leave it there.
Yeah.
Like
I love
Going from
whiskeys
the
that
King,
are a little oily. So
going from the King back to the 18 now, I get a bit of a mix.
okay, I need to address this. The only real bourbon comes from Kentucky. I have to oppose this notion, sir. Okay, I hope you're trolling, but I was just saying earlier to the pit boss that out of Nebraska, from St. Paul, Nebraska, there's a distillery called Loop River Distillery, and they make a very good product. Their bourbon is basically caramel in a glass, and so when you say that um, only real bourbon comes from Kentucky, I understand that the best bourbons in the world come from Kentucky, but there's some really good ones, like Nebraska, especially Loop River. Their water comes from the aquifer, so water's the backbone of any whiskey, so it's definitely worth looking into. I'm not okay. You're from Kentucky, fair enough. Okay, that's fair, but I won't discount other states' good whiskey. Well, thank you, good sir. Thank you. But yes, now I understand if you would be like, I don't know if I'm going to call that bourbon or not. Now it fits all the legal descriptions, but the magic rocks. No, we don't have limestone. Like our aquifer is like sand, and so it's kind of a different thing. So we don't have like sinkholes like we do around here, but the aquifer works as a natural filter as it goes on the way down, and the water permeates down, and so you drink that aquifer water, it is cool, and it is it's marvelous. Did you ever go to whiskey school or bourbon steward classes? No, just a lot of research. I was considering buying a column still a few years ago, just as a little side business, because there's like, okay, here's an interesting fact. Baijiu. More baijiu in China is consumed than all the scotch, rum, tequila, vodka, or any other whiskey across the world combined. And it's a sorghum-based alcohol. And so I was like, well, I can raise Milo. And so that was my thought. It's like, well, okay. So folks half a world away are drinking Milo. Okay, I can do that. And so I just, started doing the research, and, because this is what I podcast about. I don't want to be ignorant on the subject. And also, pit boss, between you and me, by law, for it to say bourbon whiskey, has to be 51% corn. From Nebraska. I raise corn. Magic rocks. It's the thing. He used to run bourbon down limestone to make it, or some such. Okay. Isn't that the thing that put venomous snakes in? Oh yeah, you raise plenty of corn in Kentucky too, but that's just one of those, hey, if you're drinking bourbon, you are supporting an American corn farmer, and God bless it. So wherever the corn comes from, you're helping the corn price. So God bless you. So yeah, not really as much. Well, you've got land that has a lot of different uses in that state. Hell yeah, God bless. Yeah. Well, if a corn farmer in Kentucky's got a place to sell his corn, God fucking bless him. Okay. Jade the Green. Yeah, I was gonna say, considering Nebraska makes a lot of corn, I'd be shocked if they didn't have good bourbon. That's Loop River is a grained glass. They have their own farm. They put that corn, so they know what, okay, you don't want that side of the corn, that side of the field that got hit with some storm. You don't want, that's not gonna be as good a corn. We want that side of the field that's gonna make some good. So it's just that extra little bit of knowledge as to what's going into it, I think, also helps as well. And again, I'm praising that there's also other really good ones like Cut Spike and Brickway Distillery here in Nebraska. that make great bourbons, and there's this new gold sheaf that's hitting the market, but Loop River is just a little unknown darling that doesn't get the love it really deserves, in my personal opine. Anywho,
A bit.
Well, for science,
How did
folks.
chicken-
Yeah. Science.
but yeah, definitely our corn and our bourbon,
Just
they
a
make a
little.
good product.
The freshness.
Maybe I should do a
Yes.
corn
Yeah.
whiskey.
Swish it around a little bit. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Now,
Oh yeah.
I
Now. Oh. Yeah. A freshness in my mouth after that. Now.
was about to say
Corn
that's
whiskey.
closer to
A cooling
this is
sensation.
little
Scotch.
closer to your alley. Tony
Yeah.
likes whiskeys
do.
that have that cooling.
I
I
do.
like
Maybe that's
the-
that secret about
Welcome,
the
you
18
beautiful
that I
people.
like so much. Okay. Now we know.
I tend to like ones that are a little bit sweeter, fruity, oily. That's what I kind of like. But Tony likes some
Is this the cigar?
Yes.
It is. I want to go back.
moving back down.
Yeah, and mark the bottoms of the cups so there'd be no mistake.
I'll be honest. This is oh yeah, you get that. It's not a harshness, but it's like just a raking down the back of your tongue. Like
Crates
it
of liquor
really
they brought
digs
in on
into
Hell
your
on
tongue
Wheels. Corn
to
liker.
give you the flavors that are in that. It really latches onto your taste buds now.
Now, this is the weird thing. I am not a big fan of the Heaven Hill Distillery. Not a big fan. I just feel they could add a little more flavor to what they put out. But one of their best products, in my opinion, is Mellow Corn. It actually has some flavor, and it's an amazing kitchen whiskey. If you're going to cook with it, because it's only $16 a bottle. So if you throw a splash of Mellow Corn whiskey in there, you're not going to feel bad about it because, but like if you've got like a grass-fed beef, you soak it for just a little while in Mellow Corn, and it will just soak every tissue in that corn flavor, and it will kind of get the grassy, gamey flavor out of your grass-fed beef. So just as one example. The problem is you pay tax on corn whiskey. It's not the real thing. It's not the shine. It's not a fan of Heaven Hill either. Yep. They never really recovered after the big fire in Bardstown. Yeah, that's sad. Pit Boss. So that estate distillery by me, the farmer is a corn genetics guy. Okay. I bet my father, or at least my brother, probably knows him. He just released a Mexican blue corn whiskey. Okay. Yep. All right. Last year was a popcorn whiskey, and October was a blood butcher corn whiskey. Now, think popcorn whiskey you can make great whiskey with. Now, here's the weird thing. Sweet corn, you got to be really careful when you're making sweet corn, because you know why you don't drink sugar whiskey, folks? Pit Boss probably knows why you don't drink whiskey made out of sugar, because you will go booze blind. Yep. So sweet corn has a lot higher fructose, and therefore it can make much higher sugar content. So you gotta, like, you can do it, but you have to be a very skilled distiller. You can't fuck around. Like it's definitely not like Yellow Dent number 2, easy to work with. You can get a good distillation off it, but sweet corn, you have to be very precise with it. Because there's more sugar in the seed there. They just got a bunch of flavored spirits like Jim Beam did. I'm not blind equals not. Yeast eats the sugar and turns the rise, and in turn raises the alcohol. But yes, but like that. That's why, like, if that was just the case, if that didn't happen to us as a species where we would go blind, we would probably all be drinking sugar whiskey because it'd be very sweet, and it would probably go down like Coca-Cola. So, but it's got kind of a bad side effect. So, I'm not going to try that. But yes, there are sweet corn bourbons and there are sweet corn whiskeys, but these are from really skilled craft distillers. So I would have no problem drinking them because they've got a very good reputation. But myself, I'm not going to, first time I ever distill a batch, it ain't going to be sweet corn. Okay. It's going to be Yellow Dent number 2, like everybody else in God's creation.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of
This is hands
wine.
down my favorite
The wine for
experience
sure.
so far with the cigar malt. This is definitely the best it's
been for me.
But
So
yeah,
far.
that dryness is hitting my mouth again.
Yeah.
Which the best way to wet the palate would be the 15.
Yeah.
Just have to get back.
Taste
funny
tester
that,
gets hazard pay.
So yeah, the 15.
Yeah, that is about the best palate cleanser you can get.
Usually it's
so
the guy distilling it
crisp
that's
and
the taste
smooth.
tester.
That's got a bit of
Because there's a great picture in Scotland called The Illicit Distiller. And it shows this guy in a kilt, and he's got, it's kind of like it's perfect, actually, this glass of water here. He's got a glass, a distiller's nosing glass, and he's looking at his whiskey. And what happened, and there's a reason why we have to distill it twice at least. So the Illicit Distiller, he looks at his whiskey that's been distilled once. He drinks it. Then what happens? About a half hour to 45 minutes later, he dies. Yep. He didn't distill it a second time. You got to distill it twice to get all of those toxins out that make alcohol so deadly to you. And then the joke is the master distiller and blender of the Dalmore, Richard Patterson, he says, now here in Scotland, we distill our whiskey twice. The Irish, they had to distill their whiskey 3 times to get it right. It's like, oh, nice little slam there. I hope so. Oh, knows. But yeah, so that was the history of whiskey distilling. Is it took some trial and error, and unfortunately, a few people had to
of an orchard fruit Christmas
suffer some
to it.
bad consequences.
I
because
don't
of it.
imagine this is what the folks at the Dalmore Distillery intended when they said palate cleanser, but you know what? We're enjoying it nonetheless.
Well, 3 guys from Nebraska drinking their entire lineup probably wasn't what they intended either, but hey, we're here for it.
I think that's what they hoped.
I'm sure that's what they had in mind.
So yeah, the 15. Oh my God, amazing stuff.
Yeah, I'm under the port now.
And then let's give port just one last go.
Man. Yeah, definitely after coming back down the line, that lingering on the top of my mouth, that wine lingering.
Feeling slightly loosened up now after going through these lines.
Crazy.
I know, it's crazy.
And finish the 12.
So.
And there I can get the port's burn.
Yes.
Being the higher ABV as the rest of them.
So this is the best way to go about it. We've all had the 12. We love the 12.
Well, we
probably
must
always
say, okay. The pit boss. Okay, I'm off. Thanks. You're on to something here. I'll definitely be back. Nice meet you too, pit boss. God bless you, sir. God bless you, and I hope you make it back here to the K.O.E Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. Cheers to you. Safe travels to you. And if I don't see you until then, I hope you have a very Merry Christmas. But yes, safe travels, safe holidays. Good one. Good sir. Good sir. Enjoy, pit boss. But yeah, fun conversation. But yeah, I just, the story of farming is the story of distillation. And so it would behoove me not to do some research on some customer research. Good night there. Yep. Thank you, Pit Boss. Thank you. But yes, we've got this 11th video we must finish forward. Because I will finish what I say.
We have established is the Dalmore 12 is an incredibly good value, but they got to have one affordable bottle out there to grab market share. I would have never known about this whiskey if they hadn't have had an affordable bottle out there for me to grab.
Yep.
And me and my brother had a damn fine night on it.
And especially how expensive just
some of them
whiskeys, bourbons can get.
Yeah.
And you're looking for something incredible with a line like this. 12 is just, like you said, undervalued.
Yes. Now, what's great is all of these you can still get without having to go to the secondary market. And that's what, even though it's incredibly high value, you don't have to go to those crazy secondary markets for it. So, Chicken, you've also had the port. Let me ask you, going forward, are you going to keep a bottle of port on your bar, or are you going to move on to other types?
So currently I have the 12 and the port sitting on my bar. When I finish the port, I'll probably jump up to one of these other ones that we've tried and may or may not replace it. Depends.
All right. Tony,
I know you're a huge fan of the port. Are you going to, once your 12 runs out, replace it with a bottle of port or keep the 12 going?
I'd like to. I have to keep at least one bottle of Dalmore on the shelf because it deserves to be. Once the 12 runs out, I'm either probably going to look to get a bottle of 15 or port. But gosh, that 18 just is so darn good. Maybe I'll get a bottle of 15 and then get a bottle of 18 just to work my way up the 18.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I think that's only fair.
What I'm trying to arrive at here, gentlemen, is let's say the next bottle of Dalmore you buy is you can only have one bottle of Dalmore in stock. Out of any of these, keeping in mind the prices, keeping in mind everything, like I said, this one here costs about $115. This one's about 80, 60, about 115, almost 200, well over 200, depending on where you buy it. Keep in mind all of these factors. If there was one bottle of Dalmore on this whole line, that was the one you could keep stocked, which one would that be?
Well, if I'm only allowed one.
I know, such a tragedy.
And assuming we could afford it, yeah, I think it's pretty clear. But in realistic, real world scenario, if you don't want to spend $200-300 for the obvious choice, I would say I think the 15 is 100% worth keeping in stock all the time.
Yeah, it's so crisp and smooth and
Yeah, I
It'll
think
impress anybody.
this is your best value.
Yeah,
like this is your highest quality for the least amount of money you're going to spend.
Agreed.
The other ones are definitely worth every penny, but you're paying for the craftsmanship.
Yep.
Like Richard Patterson has been distilling and blending for over 50 years. He's a third generation blender. That's a lot of craftsmanship that gets poured into each of these bottles.
I think you could introduce, out of all of these, 15 would be the least offensive to somebody who's never really experienced Scotch.
Yep.
I think 15 is clean and crisp and smooth enough that you could really turn somebody on to Scotch by offering them a dram of the 15.
Yeah. Now, like you said, yes. If somebody that's never had Scotch, doesn't really like Scotch, give them a 15. I think that would be more effective because actually at Christmas, I've had this bottle for a while now. I brought this over to my dad's house and I wanted him to try it. My dad hates Scotch. Not because he's never tried it, but apparently him and his brothers almost drank the island of Scotland dry back in the 80s. So they've had their share of Scotch.
Yeah,
they don't want to. And
The
so
18?
I had him try the 18, and I'm going to do my impression of his. So he. It's Scotch. Good Scotch, but Scotch.
Yeah.
So I haven't converted him back to the island of Scotland yet. He is still a stickler for his Canadian whiskey, but
I think
I'm going to give this a shot. See if it gets.
it's different.
The King Alexander might.
Different enough.
He might at least appreciate it. I don't know if he's going to drink it.
Has he tried the cigar malt?
No, and I don't know if you got to remember his favorite whiskey's Crown Royal. So
Fair.
I don't know if that would, you know what I mean?
It's unique enough, and if you enjoy smoking anything, I think there's an appeal
to
there,
it, right?
Yeah.
So you're either going to love it.
There's an appeal there that might, I don't know.
I could
go either way.
I do have some family from California that's really close to Napa Valley, so he does have an appreciation for red wine.
Okay,
so that might be the only hook.
Sure.
Maybe if I don't tell him it's a Scotch, he might actually enjoy it. Like, hey, this is some crazy stuff from Canada. Yeah. The C's for Canada.
Don't watch.
I really like the port. I think it's very unique. The cigar malt, this is definitely my best experience yet with it. It seems to get better each time I try it. And the King Alexander it's ridiculously smooth.
Ascendant.
It's something else. There's something there that
Okay,
really
this is interesting. I've never had Scotch, always wanted to try it, but I could never denounce bourbon. You don't have to denounce. You're just expanding your horizons and trying new things. That's all. That's all. So I would recommend now the reason I would say that the Dalmore would be good, like let's say the Dalmore 12 year. Because by law, bourbon has to be aged in fresh oak casks. Well, once the bourbon companies dump those casks, they send them off to Scotland. And about 85% of all Scotch whiskey is aged in a former bourbon barrel at one point. And the Dalmore, Richard Patterson, it's just part of his, because he's the master blender. He's also the master distiller. He also runs the warehouse. Maybe I might convert you yet. Yes, the used oak goes to usually Scotland or Japan or Ireland or a lot of distilleries around the United States. And you can age the whiskey in the once used barrel a lot longer because it's kind of like using a tea bag for the second time versus the first time. The first time, the flavors are much more powerful. But like bourbon, it's kind of pointless to age it past 15 years because it's just going to taste like oak. But once you've done that once, you can now age a whiskey in that barrel for decades and you'll get some very unique flavors. And that's what Scotch usually does. And Richard Patterson, it's part of his process. Before he will do anything else with a whiskey, once he has distilled it, it will be aged in a former bourbon barrel for at least 10 years. So keep in mind, if you go to the Dalmore, you're getting at least a 10-year bourbon age for anything. So the 12-year is aged 10 years in a bourbon barrel. Then the whiskey is split up. Half of it is aged in a bourbon barrel for another 2 years. The other half is aged in a sherry butt for 2 years. Those two whiskeys are married together again, put into one oak cask for 6 months, and then bottled. So it's a very exact process, but it's amazing stuff. Yes, I bet that shit cut. The 12-year costs about $50 to $60. But on up, these other offerings, the King Alexander III, which is in the front, costs about $200. So it's not up to the level of like allocated bourbons, but they're beautiful. Now, like the Dalmore 62, it's been aged, like I forget if it was 62 years or, distilled in 1962. It's like a multi-million-dollar bottle. So the Dalmore has the most expensive liquids on God's green earth right now. Does Jim Beam's? Yes, they do, but I would recommend get Jim Beam Black. It's aged 8 years and it's caramel in a glass. It's just beautiful. That's not bad. $200 is too much, but there's people paying like $2,000 for a bottle of William LaRue Weller. So keep in mind, it's not to that level of insanity like other people weigh. Either way, it's a 60-year bottle. Jim Beam Black is my favorite Jim. Yeah, same here. It's amazing stuff.
Really good.
Can't deny.
But there's something that would hold.
Yeah, all this Dalmore has been aged at least 8.
Bottle out.
And like
there's just one thing that I can't.
The 18-year has been aged 14 years in a bourbon barrel, and then
there's almost like a mustiness to the nose, and I think it's that leather.
There is the leather's there, but I think your best bang for your buck is going to be 12, 15, or 18 if you want a very impressive high dollar bottle of Scotch with an impressive age statement on it. The Dalmore 18 is probably about the best thing you can get. If you want a crisp, clean tasting whiskey that you could introduce somebody to Scotch to, the 15 is perfect. If you want an affordable bottle of high quality Scotch, it's the 12. So the age statement is probably just some of the best stuff I've seen out of any Scotch line.
Yeah. So just the 12, 15, 18, those are the ones that really impress you.
Yeah.
These other ones, these kind of side projects.
So unique, but good in their own ways.
Yeah. So really Tony's going to, are you going to go, this is the big question, after your 12 is empty, are you going to go with the Portwood or the 15-year?
I think I'm going to go with the 15.
Oh,
next.
that's amazing.
All
Yeah,
right.
the
After
15
the
is where you gotta
15,
go. I might have been getting a little loosened up. I'm more of an Angel's Envy or Woodford Reserve guy these days. I'm not a big fan of the Woodford Reserve bourbon, but Chicken has been raving about the rye, so I need to give that a try. Woodford Reserve Double Oak store picks. If you get the right store pick, it'll be marshmallows or coffee in a glass. So I gotta recommend Woodford Reserve Double Oak. I've never seen Angel's Envy on the shelf. Handful of times I have. It's kind of hard to get around here in Nebraska.
I will probably be looking
Hard to get
for
around
15
here.
because, gosh, that's just swell.
Louisville,
You know, I think
where
that
you
deserves a
can
spot
get
on the top
bourbon
shelf. I just
and
I
a
can't
baseball
really
bat.
see any other way around
Louisville
it. I
Slugger.
just promoted the age statements. I've got the 12. I want to go to the 15. So obviously, logically, the 15 to the 18, right? Makes perfect sense. To me.
Stuff still
Work
good.
your way up the age statements.
Hit on that.
Louisville,
Oh no, the blending's begun.
Louisville.
It has to happen.
He's going to blend all of the Dalmores together
Oh god.
into the 12 glass. And he's going to let us know how it is.
Yeah,
Well
it's going to
done.
be amazing.
Oh, it's going to be great. It's
Yeah,
not,
it
I don't
is.
know how you.
You do own a Louisville Slugger,
it's not
right?
going to be bad. There's
The
no
12
combination
the
of this that's
15
bad.
The 15 and the port, 50-50 together. We tried that.
Oh,
And
I thought it was going to be bad. It was amazing.
it was incredible. It just paired so stupidly well together. It was
Okay,
it almost
that's
wasn't
fucking
fair.
awesome. Got your
Mhm.
name in.
So,
So
here are
nice.
all 6 of the standard line
Oh,
of
God.
Dalmore.
Tony's mad scientist experiment.
Oh wow. Yeah, yeah, that's just stupidly good. There's so much going on there. That's like a party.
Yeah.
That's a party in a
Look on
glass.
Well, you
face.
kind of have
Wow.
to have.
Yeah, you at
Yeah.
least
You
have to
kind of
smell
have
that.
to have Louisville Slugger.
So if you've got about $1,000
if you're a baseball player from
just laying
Louisville,
around,
Burn a hole.
just buy
Even if you're
every
the
bottle
pitcher,
of the
you still
Dalmore,
have
put
to
it in
have
a
one.
cask, and age it for about a year. I think that's that's the way to go.
I think you could just drink it then.
Well,
Then you'd still have a pretty good time.
if you want to go eccentric,
It's the.
There's a reason this had to be a group effort, folks. Yeah, this is.
To me, it's the cigar and the port that stand out. Though.
they do.
Big time.
They're definitely the most intrusive on the nose, not in a bad
with
way.
that tiny bit of King Alexander in there.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
one I pick up as
That
well.
one still hangs
Well,
out.
The 18 doesn't really show up for me. And
yeah, don't do that. That's terrible. You guys wouldn't like that at all.
well, I'll just turn the glass so we're.
That's well, yeah, that's fucking amazing. Well, I don't really know how to put into words
he calls
how
himself the
good that
blend
is,
master.
but that's really
I don't know about all that, but that was a
Mm.
good blend that night.
Yeah, that's special. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's
Yeah, me and Chicken kind of polished that off.
Oh wow.
mhm.
To quote Ewan McGregor from the movie Train Spotting, oh, it's really good.
It's really
Fucking good. Oh man,
Oh, wow.
that's
I don't know that that's the comparison Richard Patterson was going
no,
for.
probably not. But sorry, man. We gotta.
If nothing else, we just gave him another idea for
Yeah.
a specialty bottle
Yeah.
to come out with.
Now, if
Let's
you
just make it equal parts of the 6.
try the 15 and the port, if you have a little bit left there.
15.
The 15 and the port specifically.
I've had this blend before, so I will save my glasses. But oh man, this is gonna. Yeah, it's quite the blend. It's
Oh, God. Everything's so crisp and clean about the 15, but unique about the port
Oh, it
and
fixes the
robust.
port.
It's so good, isn't it? That's
yeah,
so stupidly
it does.
good.
It fixes the port. All
Yeah,
It's
a few things they
so
don't
stupidly
really
good.
care
four
about.
rounds,
Yeah.
all the edges.
It does.
It's
It just makes it perfect, man. That's what I wanted the port to taste like.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So let's just go ahead and try the King Alexander and the 18.
You mad scientist.
Stupidly smooth. But the King Alexander kind of overtakes it. Yeah, it's still amazing.
The King Alexander is gonna be.
It does. It overtakes.
It's a heavyweight. Its flavors are so overpowering. Oh, and Tony's just dumping them all together for his last master blend.
Yep, let's just go ahead and do that.
I'm gonna do King and cigar.
Ooh, there you go.
The noses.
I bet cigar and port would go together.
I was just thinking that cigar and port kind of be in the offshoots. Yeah, those would be.
In fact, that'll be the one that I do here, gentlemen.
All right. So
cigar and port.
King Alexander. Yeah.
Because honestly, I don't mean to be because those are my two least favorite of the line, cigar and port. But you're grading on
a bottle
this
of
is
the
a
cigar
sacrifice
on
we
hand.
made for
you're
science.
grading on such a slim curve, Tony. Okay, because you're talking about the 15, the 18, the King Alexander, and the 12 that I have so many good personal memories with.
Not fond of that though.
What is that?
Cigar and King. It's not bad, but I think it ruins both of them.
I think
it ruined.
All right, this is
their noses are so.
This is cigar and port.
Stand outish that they kind of clash.
Yeah. Oh, I like
they're better on their own than.
Oh,
cigar and port.
Give me just a little sniff of that, if you would. Yeah, I think that's. Well,
takes all the dryness out of the wine.
Anything that you might not like about those two? Ooh, it just kind of covers it up, and oh wow,
yeah, that's amazing. Yep. That is amazing.
Yep.
Ooh. So this is actually more fun about this video than anything else.
Welcome back to Mad Scientist Dalmore Lab.
Well, guys, this is the last blend we haven't tried. 15 and 18.
Okay, there you go.
One last sip of each.
15 and 18.
This stuff is so good.
Oh, he's already got one made up.
I'm really impressed. Even a bad blend is still really good.
Which one was your 18 glass, T?
Oh, excuse me. That one's not marked. That must be the King. So that's cigar 18. Yep. 15 and 18, huh?
Yep.
Huh.
It's either be
honestly
great or not. I don't know.
I thought both of them had an excellent nose. It's just now it's just.
I don't smell either of them.
No.
This takes a lot of the mint and a lot of that burnout. It stays on your tongue though. It coats.
It almost doesn't know what that is. Smell like
oiliness.
It doesn't smell like either one now. It's weird.
Nope, it doesn't.
The blend is just on the nose. It's weird.
You still get that oily.
Yep, but that. Okay, it stays on the back of your tongue and in your chest.
I like it though.
Oh yeah.
So I think the next bottle I buy is gonna be a mixture of the 15 and 18. Holy shit, that's good.
Yeah, that's.
We'll just go halvesies and then we can just mix and match. We'll be
Yep.
Wow.
We'll all go halvesies on some bottles, send some mix and matches back and forth. Oh,
wow.
So we've discovered that blending can be fun, folks. Yep. Tony's just like, nope.
I'm just gonna sip this all night, and guess what? It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah. Everything.
That's what I'm planning now.
Yep. These two guys, they got an amazing dram. They both got a one of a kind.
Wow.
One of the finest drams in all the world.
I was gonna say,
that is beautiful.
What's sitting on the bar here? 6 different bottles of scotch from one of the most respected brands in Scotch whiskey, and all 6 are in the glass. That's something special that not a lot of people probably taste. So
blend.
honestly, you've got to think about that. And now I'm going to do it. What if there was just one more flavor you could add to such a? Oh yeah.
You mean the Dalmore?
Surprise cameo at the end.
Yep, running at the end.
There we go.
And 3 shot glasses.
Coming.
So, guys, we've experienced the entire line. Now, Chicken, I wanted you to
Go light on.
I wanted you to experience this because this bottle was $100 USD. Okay, this is the only cask strength Dalmore, 55.6 alcohol by volume.
Nice.
If you want to get a cask strength Dalmore, otherwise you have to purchase the Constellation Collection, which costs over $150,000.
How many bottles is that?
21 bottles
21
of Scotch.
bottles.
Usually you have to be some sort of eccentric billionaire to even get your hands on any of this.
Yeah, it's
Well, this one you can get for $100, but any
If you
other
can find
cask
it.
strength.
not so much for keeping it light.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Well, he's had the least amount of it.
I'm gonna pour a little bit into the blend.
Something like that.
And yeah, let's get a nose.
Probably about
So what-
cask strength.
give or
This is
take.
15 years
Probably
old.
about a.
It was
probably about a G.
distilled in
Like I said, it was
1999.
a
What-
really fun night. We all brought
What-
our bottles together, and it was a great time.
Throws me off with this is it's cask strength, but yeah, it's sweet, it's tart, but it doesn't smell overly boozy, does
No,
it?
it doesn't.
No, but it's cask strength. So you would think it would be one of the more alcohol offensive to the nose, not in
No.
a bad way, but it is very light on the
No,
nose.
it might have something to do with the fact that we have primed our nose a little bit to alcohol this evening.
Oh, that's right.
That could have something to do with it, but
You might have a point there, Phil.
for science, folks,
Mhm.
let's see how it hits the palate.
Yeah, it definitely tastes cask strength, but
A lot more cinnamon and spice.
there's so much cinnamon and spice and
wow.
a candy,
Sweet but spicy.
like a hard candy sweetness.
Definite cinnamon.
Don't
What else?
don't chastise me too much, but do you remember like the hard candy root beer barrel hard candies?
Yeah.
That lingering numbness,
Bubbly
Yes.
numbness. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's almost like a grape or
Mhm.
like maybe not a grape, like a raisiny. Like
Yep. And I think we made mention of that.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
raisins.
Yep, it's there. It's,
So this
it's
is
undeniable.
really good stuff. Alexander Murray and Co. I don't know much about them. As far as I know, they were trying to be like the Eddie Bauer of Europe or something like that. So
Yeah, that's
this was their
really
like,
good.
this is our Alexander and Murray and Co. Dalmore 99.
I love the 15-year age statement. I love the Dalmore line. And 1999 was just a special year in music.
I mean,
it's got 3 amazing things going.
So with this
for it.
Dalmore, we're going to be drinking like it's 1999. Sorry,
Oh.
I had to get that one in.
Nice.
And let's see how that changes the blend.
Probably not by too
Notice
much.
that the like aftertaste on this one. It's got this like
Oh
subtle and smooth,
my
just like bland though.
God.
I'm sorry, I got to turn
The
it
ultimate
this side.
mix.
Yeah, that's. Oh my God.
Now, that single malt though, when you're done with it, it has this like almost like this bland, like
Mhm.
just it just sits there,
Yep.
and you're like, it kind of tastes like cherries or something.
Yep.
Like it's just this weird, but it's boring but fruitful.
Yes.
Like it's so weird. I really like that.
That's something else, isn't it?
Yeah,
Um,
it's unique. That's worth every penny.
yeah, if you can find that,
Tony, I'm so
get it.
glad you mentioned it.
Yep.
Thank
I thought
for
you might
bringing
like
that
it.
up, sir.
I had a feeling you would appreciate it.
Oh,
I was so
yes.
excited to try it.
It's
It's one of those bottles you're just not going to happen across. The fact that you were able to locate it, pinpoint it, and find somebody who was capable
we've
of
got a
acquiring it
freaking
for
Price
you
is Yeah. Right
is
bet going
pretty
on
incredible
here.
alone.
The
itself.
the good Nice. philosopher
And you're just
king
going
that
right
found me
under
this
him.
bottle was the same guy who found me this bottle. So
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. There's some of those folks that when they do the Price is Right. Now you also got to keep in mind that other bottle there is about $100, and one of them's closer to 270, or 270, and one of them's 120. So now with that extra bottle running, you're getting closer to the figure. But I mean, I don't know. Price is Right though. I like it, but you could always see like when one guy'd go $40.
And then the next lady be like, $40.01. And you just could tell he wanted to go, fuck.
I'm going to be enjoying this one quite a bit. I am going to try and save a little bit of this for cold weather.
I think
This would be a perfect.
That's a bottle you should probably just not drain down quickly at.
That is a special occasion bottle. In my opinion.
That's one of those.
And I thought the reuniting of the Three Stooges of podcasting here was an apt occasion to pull out a special occasion bottle. Tony said, I don't know, Phil. I think 6 whiskeys is enough.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that this is your line. That's not something you're going to happen across if you go into your local liquor store.
Yes, yes. This is a very rare find. And it was just right place, right time. Had a buddy that happened to be close to that liquor store. I happened to be looking at that website at that minute.
It worked out.
So if you can find a bottle of this,
get it.
I would say this is actually the best value.
Honestly, yeah, you're getting full cast ring scotch
for just $100.
It's a dollar more.
If I had a 15 or that sitting in front of me, choice, I'd probably grab this.
Y'all
I know I can grab a 15 anytime.
Well, this is aged 15 years. Sure. So, I mean, that's because these are.
But you've got all 15. Those nostalgic feels of Britney Spears.
Yeah, unfortunately,
you know,
this world.
Flagpole Sitter, Harvey Danger, you know, good stuff like that.
Y2K words.
Right, yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, you realize this one is just like a few years more. And actually, every whiskey in here is 15 to 17 years old. So it's something to keep in mind. This one is 18 to 20 or 21.
Now, that one's 40% ABV, correct?
44. They're all 40 except for this one's 46.
No, they're not.
That's 12.
That's the 40. That's 46 and a half. The cigar, 44%.
Oh, okay. That's why it's a little drier.
This one,
that makes
40.
A little more sense now.
And I believe those two are 40 as well. So that was the one thing I looked at before we started this entire process, and that stood out to me that the port was that much higher. But I guess, comparatively, the port and the 1999 are the highest in the ABV.
I know we haven't been very COVID friendly this evening, but you know, hey, it is what it is. But this, guys, you need to both try. This is a blend of 12, 15, 18. Just the age statements.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's really the last combination we haven't tried tonight.
12, 15, 18.
If you got any other combination we haven't tried, let me know. But that's actually pretty good. It's very minty.
Oh, yeah.
But it's subtle.
Oh, no, that's very appealing. I love mintiness.
Yeah.
Regardless of what whiskey I'm drinking, I love a mint.
Yeah, he loves the mint.
Oh, wow. That opens up really interesting. Yeah, that's nice. That is nice. I think my favorite blend so far.
Citrus. Wow.
Yeah, very citrusy.
Yeah, floral and citrus.
Yeah.
Which I'm a little surprised by with.
Okay, this is just King Alexander. I've let it sit. Bring it to your nose. Tell me you don't smell like a grassiness.
Oh, yeah, like a fresh cut. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
If you poured a nice 1 to 2 fingers of that King Alexander for a special occasion for yourself, and you poured it a couple hours ahead of time and let it just become a room temperature, open air dram of whiskey, and you came back and you sat down and you contemplated life and drank that, I think that would probably be one of the best experiences of whiskey you could ever have. There's something about that it just grows and ages after you pour it. There's so many complexities.
This has been an amazing exploration.
This was the best.
I think
we've done so far.
Oh yeah. This is the best.
Yeah, this is as much as I hate to say this, my review, Dalmore Distillery of Scotland.
Lemongrass.
Listen up.
5 stars for all of you. Thank you for these amazing spirits that you have given to the world. Thank you, all of you. Take a bow. That's my review. 5 stars for all of it, because every one of them has a different appeal. And like even the first selection, you and I have had a lot of good memories with brothers drinking it down.
Yeah.
I mean, all of them. So folks,
I think at the end of the day, what really needs to happen here, since we've spent the last hour blowing Richard Patterson and the Dalmore line, is he should probably maybe just send us a Constellation Series cabinet.
At least.
I think that's fair.
Some kind of special edition,
right?
And mix.
Maybe some of those duty-free bottles that we have to go to like Singapore for,
Yeah,
like the 17 or the 14.
I would just settle for like the quintet, the quartet, or the trio that you got to go to Canada to get. Like I would settle even for that. Like
they should make the blended bottle, like we said, of the 6.
Oh yeah,
and have our beautiful mugs on the front of it.
Yeah.
Name it what you will.
Yeah.
But
Dalmore, Three Stooges Reserve.
Yes.
The Dalmore, the Sixth Sense. One of each.
Woo.
And now
I don't have a marketing
7th
degree if you can't.
Or 7.
Well, yeah, I
got the
think
7th now.
this as a baseline is a damn fine blend. This one just adds a little bit extra nuttiness. And
It does. It adds everything that's subtle about all of these 6. That brings the ABV back up. It reminds you that you're still drinking Scotch whiskey, and it adds, like you said, that nuttiness. That
There's a lot of complexity.
Oh God, it's
Yeah.
so
Now
it's a strong Scotch. It's not intrusive.
I'm not a huge strong Scotch fan, but
Yeah.
that was incredible.
That's really good.
yeah.
It's really damn good.
Now, Tony, this is going to be a very big shock for you, but my
Okay.
personal favorite, I know it's going to be hard for you to believe.
King Alexander.
King Alexander.
Ah!
I know. I fuck shock to the both of you. Amazing craftsmanship.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe sometime, maybe the next time, this particular gentleman's down, we'll do a blind.
Man, that'd be tough.
Yes, that is the guy in the Metallica shirt is my best friend in this life, Tony G. He's just been there for me through thick, thin, thinner, and thinnest. So, what can I say? So, yeah, I'm glad to have him in my life. But yeah, Tony G, he's the guy in the Metallica shirt. The guy to the I guess it'd be my left, but on the right side of the screen is Chicken. He's also very, very good friends of ours. He's very good people. And yeah, those are 2 dudes on the screen that I would be very distraught if anything ever happened to them, because yeah, they're just fucking great people. That's Tony Dog. Bandit. No, I'm saying I don't want to drink bluegrass. I get it. Righto. Well, to Tony G, he's a cool dude. That he is. And yes, Tony loves gin more than me. But yeah,
God, it would.
I'm gonna.
and that's why they are the trusted thanes of the K.O.E. Nation.
My favorite nose of
is
everything
because
sitting here.
I trust them dearly in podcastery.
God damn,
I don't know how or
it's
why.
so orangey, marmalade sweet.
It's so good.
Tiny bit of chocolate, not too much.
Not going to disagree.
It's
at all.
It's got one of the best noses. Out of
I did
all
like
the
the
Scotch.
cigar nose.
Yeah, it's unique,
Yeah,
but something about the 12.
the 12's noses,
The
especially
12's nose is
what I
amazing.
noticed after we went through all of them, then we went back to the 12.
Yes.
The nose was just even better. all of a
Yes,
sudden,
it
so,
was.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Just candy marmalade.
It's the most affordable. It's the most available, and it has, in my opinion, the best nose. And if I'm going to be completely harshly honest, my least favorite nose.
Oh,
Yep.
Is it because of that leathery mustiness? I still have a glass of it.
The mustiness it triggers some nostalgic memories in my head for some reason that are not appealing. It's still a good nose, don't get me wrong, but it's my least favorite nose. This is still my favorite. The cheapest is my favorite nose, the most expensive, my least favorite.
Okay, I think it might be kind of like my Jameson 18 review.
It's
where
very similar.
I crapped all over it because the nose was the exact same as the worst wine I ever had.
Yep.
It was very meaty, and so I couldn't get past it. The palate was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
On the palate is great, but I ended up letting this guy take the rest of it. It just didn't appeal.
I got it at a pretty good steal that day because he's like, man, that nose, I just can't get past it.
Yeah, so yeah, I gave it to him.
It's hard to get
30%
past the
undervalue.
nose.
So.
Once you start appreciating whiskey and Scotch for
all of its different complexities and uniqueness, it's hard to get past the nose because you dive so deep into the nose before you even taste it. So I completely understand.
Okay, there's one last swallow of
EOD,
this.
we would
It's
love
been sitting all
you.
night alone. Either one.
We would love you. Actually, go if you're on Facebook. It's Big Buckin' Empire. We also have Dog and Chicken Show on YouTube, and but the easiest way to find all of that is right there. Linktree/Big Buckin'. I'll just leave that up for a little bit there for you. I don't do Facebook. I don't do Twitter. Linktree/Big Buckin' will direct you to all of our YouTubes, to all of our Twitch, to pretty much anywhere, a Rumble. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave that there for a little bit longer while we do this.
You want to take
Go
the last
ahead.
open
It's
it.
only
All right.
right.
Sir.
It's only right.
All right.
While he's having his final sip there, I'm going to say the
Switch
one
it.
that I didn't appreciate the nose so much, and I'm going to have a hard time finishing the bottle is the port. I know that's one of your favorites. It's not
I
bad,
like the
it's-
uniqueness of it.
but that's out of all of these.
Okay.
God
port
bless.
is
I can understand that.
not my favorite.
Mix the rest of it with a bottle of this.
Excellent.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You'll love it. It's
Yeah. It's yeah.
or a bottle of this. The
Yeah, the
port and
cigar-
cigar went together
Port
really
cigar
well.
did
go good.
Yeah.
What was the one mix that we did that we didn't like?
I didn't
The-
care for was it the
The 18 and the King Alexander
Yeah.
were good, but
And the 15.
the King
and the-
Alexander overtook
The
it.
15 and the
It's just all the
cigar,
good
I
things
recall you guys not. There was one with the cigar that I recall you guys not liking, but
Yeah, but the cigar and the port was good in its own way. But yeah, it's funny because the age statements went so nicely together. The cigar and the port
But
went
definitely
nicely
a Big
together.
Buckin' Empire sub.
It's
I
interesting how they
absolutely
pair
agree.
together. But then again, when you put them all in the same glass,
they also paired
let it
together
breathe.
well
Guess
there.
what?
Marvelous.
Anything that one of them individually is missing, guess what? The other one's there to prop it back up. And this is one of the most marvelous glasses of scotch. Not only that I will ever taste, but anybody out there, if you ever have a chance
I am
to put an
being spoiled,
ounce of
sir.
every one of these bottles into a dram, I can't imagine that many people would have that opportunity.
Oh.
I feel so privileged right now. This is insanely good.
Yes.
And
There's
these are the
chocolate,
sacrifices we make for
chocolate,
science, guys.
oil, butter,
Not all heroes wear
fruit.
capes.
That's right, sir.
Mint.
That's right.
Just some of them wear suit
Oh.
jackets. Yeah, I mean, Tony, this is one of the better blends and
Oh, my
blending
God.
experiences will have.
Ever experience.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
doesn't
this
get
is-
much better than this.
So I still have a little bit of whiskey left. You got a little bit of whiskey left. Tony's got.
Well, I mean, sir, if that's the case, then the Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube is it's one of the last vestiges of conservatism on YouTube because Susan WikiWiki and her constant lockdowns, and it's been tough, but it's a good place to go. Nice. Well, then you're one of the cool kids. You know, like you already got the jacket with the with the logo emblazoned on the back. You ain't got to worry about it then. You are one of the fucking cool kids. Don't even worry about it.
Hardly anything left.
Oh yeah. You might need a little more here. in a minute.
I'll be fine.
Darn good.
Remember, you did refill my 15. So.
Yes. Yeah. That's it.
I still love. I think my favorite blend was still the 15 and the port, just because it's two completely different spectrums of the Dalmore line,
That
and
compliment.
for some reason they just complement each other so well. But the 18 was it the 18 and the 15? We'll have to look back. Was it the 18 and the 15?
Yeah. Well, let us know in the
18
comments
and
section.
15 were pretty good.
Yeah.
There was only like one or two of them that we weren't like, this is amazing.
Yeah,
So,
Let's go back and watch ourselves.
yeah. So,
We'll get there.
oh my
We
God.
got a lot of other stuff.
We've only been doing this for an hour.
Yeah, let's wrap this
And
up.
I will
do
say,
some other
Tony,
stuff.
I am feeling a little loosened up. That's it. There's just a little, little extra pep.
Getting a little froggy.
As I am known to say around here, folks,
All that being said, thank you for joining us for this exquisite
No, hang on. Let's talk for another 45 minutes.
Dalmore line review, where we went into the whole line. The Dalmore 12, the Dalmore Port, Cigar, King Alexander, 18, and 2 different 15s with a surprise guest appearance. I mean, really, we had to include it.
I just didn't want it to be the upfront.
Yes.
Included. It had to come out, though.
But it was here. This was a great journey for all three of us. This has been a long time coming.
1999 references. We did Captain Planet references, and we had some great booze.
So top notch.
This is.
It's been fun.
Honestly, if they don't send us some free shit, I'm going to be a little disappointed. I'd take a poster or a glass, for fuck's sake. Send me a glass.
If you don't,
send us a glass.
Yeah, we're still going to keep buying it at this point. We should almost just own stock in the company.
At least send us a nosing glass. Come on.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. That would be sweet. So
yeah,
folks,
do the right thing.
Thank you for joining us. Chicken, Tony, thank you for all of our powers coming together for one amazing review.
Just making sure I get every last drop.
Get in on this, T.
Sorry. There's just.
I mean, come on, leaving us hanging.
Boy.
Well, this is like the Shield. We got our fists up, and we're waiting for Dean Ambrose to get in.
It had settled to the bottom of the glass. I wanted to make sure I got every ounce of goodness.
Thank you for joining us for this amazing Dalmore review. Like, share, subscribe, folks. I'm Phil K.O.E. Chicken, Tony G.
There, that's better.
Thanks for joining us. Catch you around, folks. Nice. So, all right, folks. Now that we got the Dalmore video, the 11th most popular video that I've ever done, with 1,028 views. So I'm proud to say that when I do the top 10 later on, every video is going to be over $1,000 and well above it in some instances. So my top 10 videos, which I'm going to do before the end of this year, because I'm going to do that once every year, the K.O.E Nation top 10. We are going to have that real soon, folks. That's going to be really fun. I'm really looking forward to that, the top 10. But, folks, give me one moment here. It has come to that time because tomorrow I got to do some driving, so I need to get some rest. Unfortunately, folks, it's that Alvidazane. Good. Oh, wow. I just went nuts with my hair there. That's pretty funny. But, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E Nation tonight, folks. All of you beautiful people, I hope you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. I hope every last one of you has a very Merry Christmas, a great holiday season. I hope you are blessed in your lives, blessed in your travels, blessed in your endeavors, blessed in everything that you can find in this life worth having. Good night. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. We are in that season. It is the Christmas season, and I think every last one of us could benefit from a season where we all strive to be just a little bit better to each other. So, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you. Raise a glass of whatever you're drinking to yourselves. Thank you. God bless you. I will see you all the next live edition of K.O.E Nation in the drive to 500 subscribers. Thank you. God bless every last one of you. And folks, I'm going to leave you with a poem. It's one that's really impacted me lately with everything that's been going on in my life, and I'm really glad that I found it. It is, once again, Di Serrata by Max Ehrman. So, folks, God bless every last one of you. Catch you on the flip side, folks.
Go placidly amid the noise and the haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others. Even to the dull and the ignorant, they too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexations to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery, but let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself, especially do not feign affection. Neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is as perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune. But do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be. And whatever your labors and aspirations, in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace in your soul. With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it's still a beautiful world. Be cheerful. Strive to be happy. The Diserata by Max Emron.